Good morning, everyone. This is Speaker Damon. I just want to say sorry for my tardiness. We just got done with the Navajo Nation Council special session. This is Navajo Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session today. And I just want to make sure that we have staff in place for us to go ahead and continue moving on down. Do I have Ms. Peggy Nakai on the line?
ADC vote on the test vote on the council cracking the test we defeated in orange goes forward. A day voter doesn't put it in front of him. So I thought it's ready for action.
I don't know how to. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? This is Speaker Damon. Sorry for our tardiness for jumping online. We'll go ahead and get started here. Do I have Miss Peggy Naka on the line?
Yes, good morning, Speaker. I am on the line.
Good morning. Is Miss Karen Doki on the line? Karen? If not,
Speaker,
Miss Naka, are you available to do roll call?
she did email me and she says that she's ready.
Oh, she's ready?
Oh, Stanley.
Good morning, everyone. Again, we'll go ahead and get started now. I have numerous individuals who do not have their phones on mute. Can you please put your phones on mute? No, did you? Good morning again, everyone. Thank you again for calling in on this Navigation Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session via telecommunications. While we're setting up here so we can get our recording devices going, I just want to say thank you to everyone. We just got completed doing a Navajo Nation Council special session with my colleagues here in Window Rock, Arizona. We did have a quorum and we passed one legislation in order for us to continue our teleconference and telecommunications committee meetings, subcommittee meetings, and Navajo Nation Council meetings. In the presentations that we do have, we will be listening to the Navajo Nation Veterans today from the Veterans Advisory Council. Also, we did send an invite to the Executive Director of Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Mr. James Orling, so he can give us an updated report. Last but not least, I'm hoping we can get to Mr. Bart Stevens today. He's our regional director. This report we've been waiting to get from him. So I know that it'll be a long discussion on certain initiatives and recommendations today going forward. So again, thank you to everyone for calling in today. My colleagues from the 24th Navajo Nation Council will be calling into here. And also, thank you to the staff that's helping assist in the process. But more importantly, thank you to the veterans too as well. Good discussion items that we will be conducting. So give us about another 1 or 2 more minutes in order for us to go ahead and connect everything, all the recording devices. We had to transfer it over from the council session to now ethic committee session. So give us another minute. We're good to go. With that, this is a Navigation Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. There's a work session via telecommunications. Here, I'm located in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I have colleagues from the Navigation Committee who are here in Window Rock and also across the whole nation. Um, we can go ahead and today's date is Friday, May 29th, 2020. The time now is 10:22 a.m. We have a proposed agenda here with us, presided by myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Called the meeting to order again at 10:22 a.m. With that, moving on down, Miss Karen Doki, do you
Hello,
have?
speaker. I'm here.
Good morning. Can you go ahead
Good
and
morning.
conduct a roll call?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Seth Damon.
Right.
Honorable Seth Damon is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay, present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Kinesra Crowdy. Honorable Herman M. Daniel. Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Honorable Pranal Halona. Honorable Jamie Hinyo. Honorable Vic James. Honorable Ricky Nance. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Present. Honorable Charlene So is present. Honorable Daniel E. So. Honorable Eugene So.
Present. Here.
Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 5 members present.
Thank you very much again to all my colleagues who are on the line. I know my colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, are still addressing some concerns. So I know we will have more individuals jumping online here shortly too as well. But with that, we have members present. We did have an invocation this morning that was conducted by Mr. Otto so we can go ahead and continue to move on. That invocation was for the whole entire day. So on item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Again, thank you to everyone that's listening in. If there's any of our state and federal partners, thank you very much. But most importantly, thank you to if there's veterans that are listening in too as well. Thank you very much for being on the line, listening into the discussion that we have here today and all the individuals that are listening in out there on the World Wide Web across the nation, and whether it be on Facebook, YouTube, or Vimeo. Thank you very much for being a part of this discussion too as well. With that, let's go ahead and move on down to the discussion items. We have 3 reports as I indicated before. The first one is a report on Navajo Nation veterans issues by Navajo Nation's Veterans Advisory Council. The second will be a report on the Navajo Nation veterans issues by James Warline, who's the executive director for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. And then finally, we have a report on facility use agreement needing tribal resolutions by Mr. Bart Stevens, Regional Director for the Navajo Nation Area Office, member of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So with that, let's go ahead and I know that in setting this up is Miss Hope McDonald Lowtree on the line from the Speaker's office.
Good morning, Speaker. I am here.
Great. Hope. I don't know if there was a presentation that was forwarded out to council on the from the Navajo Nation veterans. Did you got anything?
I did not receive anything from the council.
Okay. All right. Well, let me just go ahead and move it on then over to the report for Navajo Nation veterans issues by Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. Do we have anybody speaking on behalf of the council today?
Speaker Damon, this is Olin Kiomi, Chairman of the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Kiyomi. Do you guys have
Honorable Speaker.
Do you guys have a presentation for the committee?
As of right now, I do have some updates and also a letter that I sent out to you, the Navajo Nation Council, on April 30th of this year. But other than that, there's some other developments that have occurred, and we are ready to give our presentation. Also, I do believe that I do have some other members of the advisory council on the line too also.
Okay. You can introduce them at this time. Or if they want to introduce themselves.
I don't know if there's anybody from the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. Now's the time to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Speaker, Mr. Toth from Eastern Veterans Organization, Commander, is here.
Good morning, Mr. Toth.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker Damon. This is Candace Chizuni, the female representative for Northern Agency.
Good morning.
Pete Sinagini, representing Central Agency.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning. This is Billy Goodman Jr. from Western Agency.
Good morning, Mr. Goodman. Okay, with that, Mr. Kilme, I'm trying to look for the letter. Do you have that available? Are you able to resend that right now?
Ms. Hope McDonald Lone-Tree is the one that decimated that letter to the council. I do believe she does have a copy. She can resend it.
Hope, do you have that letter?
I will look for it and send it out, sir.
Okay, and that was dated what again, Mr. Kiyomi?
April 30th.
April 30th, okay. As soon as she finds that, then she can send it out, colleagues on the council. With that, Mr. Kiyomi, the floor is yours.
Yes. Yeah, Stados, Nash, and Ani, that's let me give Olin Kiyomi and Chef. It's got behind the shalom, but I did Bashis Chin, Ki Ani, the Sitch, to the bit of another. The 45th Agency Commander, 26 chapters within 45th Agency, although the chairperson for the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. So today, finally, we get to address some veterans' concerns throughout the Navajo Nation and off the reservation. As of right now, the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council members are facing many difficulties and hardships within their respective Navajo agency in addressing Navajo veterans' needs due to this COVID-19 virus and the restrictions set by the Navajo Nation, respectfully. There are many obstacles we are facing in regards to veterans losing their jobs, cancellation of colleges and vocational institutions, the burden of mortgage and rental and utility payments, and additional costs of food and other necessities that the veteran needs and their families. Furthermore, the attention for Navajo Veterans Administration to be deemed essential, as currently right now they are deemed non-essential employees. Hardship and energy and home improvement assistance that will help them in this difficult time has not been given to them, or hasn't been, the information hasn't been transferred over to the veterans, indicating to the veterans that they can apply for their benefits. Granted that the COVID-19 virus is a major concern, there are safety and effective ways that veterans can still apply for their much-needed assistance. Currently, there is an overall estimated 8,250 veterans, give or take. Navajo veterans are registered with the respective Navajo agency offices on the Navajo Nation. The following is an estimated registered number of Navajo veterans broken down into agencies. Eastern Agency, in the last report that we got from the director, was at 2,402 veterans for Eastern Agency, 1,674 for Fort Defiance Agency, 1,049 for Chinle Agency, 2,251 for Western Agency, and 2,168 for Northern Agency. Those are only for the registered veterans. This does not include the surviving spouses or the Ghost Star mothers. Please keep in mind the following does not account for the veterans that have been recently deceased and that need to be updated their paperwork, or the veterans that have never registered. On April 29th of this year in Winter Rock, Arizona, the Veterans Advisory Council had a regular duly called meeting. The Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council and Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Director discussed, debated, and identified possible funding solutions that can be utilized to assist Navajo veterans with one-time financial assistance in the amount of $1,000 per registered Navajo veteran on or off Navajo Nation. The funding identified would come from Navajo Veterans Housing Fund, which currently sits at $22,187,448.80. The Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council and the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Director are recommending to the 24th Navajo Nation Council is to reallocate $6,187,448 from the $22,187,448 Veterans Housing Fund. In addition, the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council and the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Director have also identified $1.6 million in the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund carryover for fiscal year 2019. From the fund, we are recommending that $967,888.48 be taken from the fiscal year 19 veterans carryover. This will combine the $6.1 million and also the $967,000 carryover, which gives you a rough estimate of $7,150,337. This would adequately give the veterans $1,000 one-time assistance to help with any financial burden the veteran is facing. These dollars that I'm indicating right now are 100% Navajo Veterans Trust Fund dollars that are given to each of the 5 Navajo agencies, offices for the Navajo Nation Veterans Organizations, veterans, surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers to utilize at the beginning of each fiscal year to help assist with financial assistance. Keep in mind, Navajo Veterans Trust Fund dollars are given each fiscal year at 4% of the interest generated. Of this interest, the 4% is divided into 2 groups. The first is 2% is given to Navajo veterans for financial assistance, and the second is 2% is put into the Navajo Veterans Housing Program. Also, in the concern of Navajo Veterans housing being utilized, and is there a possibility of funds being replenished, is the question. The answer is yes. In 2019, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration applied for a $13.5 million Nahasda grant through Navajo Housing Authority. The anticipation of this grant will be utilized to supplement the reallocation of funds proposed for the one-time assistance proposal. In essence, no dollars will be lost due to the assistance initiative. I'm sure the director has a more of a legitimate update as far as the last discussion we had at the meeting. In closing, all I'm asking is that you take the following circumstances that the veterans and their families are facing at this time. As of now, 75% of the Navajo Nation are at the age of 65 years or older. The majority of these veterans are retirees or disabled. A lot of these particular veterans are on fixed income, who also receive Social Security, pensions, or retirement, and have stable homes on and off the reservation. What is happening right now out there, and as you guys may know, a typical 2 to 3 bedroom home that houses a veteran and a spouse is now the home of 8 to 10 individuals due to children and grandchildren returning home, which results in financial stress on the veteran's family. Many veterans of the families are facing layoffs, furloughs, difficulty in applying for unemployment benefits, cancellation of SNAP benefits, also known as food stamps, not receiving federal stimulus. A lot of veterans did not receive the $1,200 federal stimulus check, which results in delay of paying for utilities such as electricity, water, and gas. Some have mortgages, also are renting, phone and vehicle payments, food and supplies, livestock feed. $1,000 can go a long way for these veterans to pay their bills and help their families. The Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council is requesting the 24th Navajo Nation Council to consider this initiative and all possible legislation to be labeled as an emergency legislation, as there is a desperate need to assist the Navajo Nation veterans and their families. And in addition to that, I'm sure that each of the members of the advisory can speak on behalf of their respective agencies, so I'm going to leave it at that. But as far as the commander from Fort Defiance Agency, we did an application drive, me and Commander Cassandra Morgan, for the Fort Defiance Agency Council delegates. We did collect well over 350 hardship assistance applications at each of your agencies. So that's over 350 Navajo veterans, surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers that have applied since at the end of March. So that should give you an idea of that one agency. Multiply that with the remaining agencies, you're looking at well over 1,000 veterans, surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers that are wanting to apply for money that is still sitting at the agency offices. Many obstacles have been placed in front of the veteran, surviving spouse, and Gold Star mothers as far as obtaining these financial assistance. Number one is the offices themselves. We have 5 agency offices, and those offices are operated at this time on their own. Mrs. Roland can probably speak on behalf of that. We have not gotten a report or update on how these agency offices are going to operate, and they are still deemed non-essential. So I'm guessing they're operating on a skeleton crew at each agency office. The other one is the Fort Defiance agency does not have a telephone number. From what I've been doing, from what I've known, there's no telecommunications with the veterans and the veterans offices as far as obtaining these financial assistance. One other way that each agency is particularly different, some are saying to scan documents and send it to the respective veteran service officer. And then, I don't know, the veterans are saying that they don't have the capabilities of they don't have the capabilities of email or scanning or the equipment to do that. Some agencies are saying that the only way accept it. But as far as now, we're having a hard time veterans obtaining the financial assistance. In addition, we have veterans that are in dire medical need. We did have, unfortunately, veterans pass away the past couple of months due to the virus. We do have some veterans that are recovering. Some are saying that they received their medication through the mail. Some veterans have opted in as far as paying a little over $100 for medication that they would pick up at Walmart, Walgreens, and so forth, rather than wait 2 to 3 weeks for IHS to mail out medication. A lot of them are hindered on travel due to risk of infecting other family members in their household. So trips to the VA in Albuquerque, Phoenix, Prescott, or any subclinic in Farmington or Gallup, they're choosing to stay home. The other thing, too, is one thing that I would stress is the communication part between the director and the Veterans Advisory Council. The communication is not there. The transparency as far as information on how to tell our veterans what's going on is not there. So as of right now, nobody knows what's going on since the last meeting we had. We've been given an update by the director from the last meeting. I was hoping that Ms. Hope McDonald Lone Tree would have participated within that meeting that we last had. Why she wasn't able to attend the meeting is, I don't know why. As far as the director had the teleconference codes or acceptance, however you do it, he was the only one to allow people or individuals to participate in our meeting. I believe Ms. Honorable Charles Newton tried to chime in on the call on our last meeting, but she wasn't able to do that. The other thing, too, with the Veterans Advisory Council has not been compensated for 2 official meetings, one with the president and the vice president and chief of staff. The other one was the last one I mentioned. That was a teleconference call. A lot of the Veterans Advisory Council members would have liked to use their stipends to help other veterans in this troubled time, not necessarily for their own benefit, but to give that money back as far as assisting their communities and veterans. Those payments still haven't been made. As far as the application drive that had happened in Fort Defiance Agency, over 350 claims, still haven't gotten an update on whether or not those claims were processed or how much was paid out to those individuals that applied. So as of right now, we do have, I believe, hopefully Honorable Stewart Jr. is there. He was one of proposing to sponsor legislation, as I mentioned, $1,000 one-time assistance but still hasn't gotten any documentation or anything like that. As far as we all know, as the Veterans Advisory Council, the director and the president said that it was a go. But as of right now, we don't know where that particular legislation or additional documents that is needed to create this legislation is at. So as of right now, a lot of veterans, surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers are very, very frustrated, scared, because as of now, bills don't wait. They keep coming, and if not, whatever you have will be repossessed or turned off. And just a real big shout out to a lot of council delegates that have been trying to help their communities. You've helped a lot of veterans in your communities. Also with the president, your food boxes and food drives, a lot of veterans really do appreciate that. But when it comes down to it, it's the financial need of the veterans that's really taking a toll on them. Although NTUA came out with a letter indicating a waiver on payments or delay in payments, those payments are now coming to a close. And a lot of veterans out there are saying that they don't have the money to pay a lot of those bills. So as of right now, it's a financial strain on the families, for veterans on the Navajo Nation. We did hear the Navajo Nation president on CNN indicating the veterans are the highest per capita to enlist as far as services. And I believe Amber Crotty was there when we drafted the Veterans Act. Honorable Amber Crotty, I believe Sheree Espinoza at that time didn't recommend we put that into the Veterans Act. But as you guys can see, Delegate Crotty really pushed for that to be in the Veterans Act. And now it's being used to justify our need as veterans, to say that we do need help. And lastly, on the COVID-19, or the CARES Act, on the CARES Act that the Navajo Nation Council and also the executive branch will be debating on how to use this money. There was an email sent out by the Director of Veterans Affairs, Mr. Zwerlein, indicating that there's a lot of things that the Veterans Administration cannot use this money for or ask for. And it seems like as of now, we're going to not get anything from the CARES Act. $600 million. There's a lot of use that the veterans could use that for, but indicating in the last email by the director, anything that we're going to be asking for has to go through the director himself. So it kind of leaves where is the Veterans Advisory Council. It's made up of 10 individuals from all across the 5 agencies on Navajo Nation. I truly believe that each agency is different. They have their own unique situations as far as the veterans and issues. So how can we come together? And right now, Speaker, I would like to recommend, if I could, to you and to the 24th Council, that every quarter of the official council meetings that the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council also be included on the agenda under a report, so we can adequately communicate with the Navajo Nation Council on the needs of their veterans. That way we can communicate and get a plan together on how to address some of these issues. I did email a lot of council delegates. Didn't get no responses back. I did email the president, vice president, chief of staff, deputy chief of staff, also the designee for OPVP, Shaddai, Mr. Davis Filford, executive staff assistant, was delegated to address veterans issues on behalf of the executive branch. I haven't received no email back indicating what's going on or what's going to happen or what's the plan for the veterans. And that's the number one thing I think the Veterans Advisory Council is saying, is that where is the plan? What are we going to do? How are we going to help the veterans? So there's a lot of things going on out there, and we get secondhand information, and that's pretty much where we're at right now. So we have, number one, the legislation proposal, I guess you could say, $1,000 assistance to each Navajo veteran. I did also collect over 52 supporting letters, and all those will be forwarded to Delegate Stewart to attach on to the legislation in support of the $1,000 assistance. The other thing is number two is the agency offices and workers as far as essential and deemed non-essential, and also how do veterans get access to money that's already there that can help them financially at this time. And number three is the CARES Act. Also, the CARES Act, where does the veteran fall in as far as requesting funds to help veteran families on the Navajo Nation? And lastly, there's a lot of veterans indicating that we did have a Light Up Navajo Phase 2. Did believe President Nesbitt indicate to the veterans on that Phase 2 Light Up Navajo that Navajo veterans will be hooked up with electricity. Still waiting on that report. I'm still waiting on where that's at. Did it ever happen? Did Navajo veterans get hooked up with the Phase 2 Light Up Navajo with NGUA? We still haven't gotten a report on that. And also, we still have the agencies, they may or may have not gotten an update on how much actual money they still have sitting at each agency to help veterans financially. We still haven't gotten that update either. So there's a lot of things that we haven't gotten updated on. There's a lot of animosity, a lot of frustration, a lot of anger, a lot of these things that are occurring, frustration mainly as far as where's the communication, where's the information, where can we get this information is a big one for veterans, what information is right. I would like to recommend to the council, the next person that's to be here, Mr. Zwerline, is that we'll provide something on the official website for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration to actually indicate, to tell veterans that this is the process, step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4. And also, this is the recent updates of what's going on. As of right now, we don't have that. We haven't had that since April. So, as of right now, as far as what Mr. Zwerline is doing, as far as the negativity, there is some positivity. Mr. Zwerline has been trying to manage a lot of individual veterans' needs as far as home care, welfare checks, food distributions, water, firewood, coal, and stuff like that. As of now, he is doing a good job as far as trying to help the veterans individually, despite the inconsistency. So I'll go ahead and leave it at that, Mr. Speaker, but that's pretty much the highlights that we're facing as of now. And I appreciate the Navajo Nation Council for listening to our report. I'll remain on the line for any additional questions, but as of now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to hand it off to the individual veterans commanders that way they can express what's going on within their respective agencies. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kiyomi, let me go ahead and, because you don't have a presentation and there's nothing on writing, the first, I heard you stated 3 things right off the bat. One was further looking into a possible, allocation of appropriation to veterans of $1,000, and then something second, and then the third thing was where does the veterans fit in the CARES Act. What was the second thing you stated?
The other thing was the financial assistance for each agency. How do veterans have access to that? Because as of right now, the employees are deemed non-essential. So you may have agency offices open or not open, or you may have 1 or 2 workers at the office. As of right now, the question is, when are the workers going to be deemed essential? because you have millions of dollars still sitting at each of the agency offices that veterans need to have access to request financial hardships. So that's the question as far as where's the plan at for veterans to access their financial assistance at each of the agency offices.
Okay. All right. Nomination Veterans Advisory Council. Collectively, this is the one report that's from the advisory council, right?
Yes, Speaker. That's just a highlight of what happened at the last meeting.
Okay. All right. With that, colleagues, any comments at this time? I don't have anybody texted in.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Okay. Madam Chair, go ahead.
Speaker, Akia Chatilla Otto, everyone who is listening in, my veterans, Northern Agency, I just want to shout out to you and say thank you for working with me and for your support during this time. I do want to make clear, Speaker, that in regards to the legislation that Mr. Kiyomi referenced that Honorable Stewart is sponsoring, I did send an email to Dana asking what the status of that legislation is, and I haven't received a response back. I know that her office has been busy with I guess with the short staff that she has right now, but I did send an email asking that. As far as the claims, I know that I have been receiving phone calls and emails from veterans who have been asking whether their claims have been submitted and whether they're getting processed. I believe I also sent an email to OOC Perlin asking if they are processing veterans checks and what the time frame for that is, and I did not receive a response back from them as well. And then and then also in regards to the legislation where veterans are asking for money, I have made it clear to the Veterans Turn to Northern Agency that money is really, it's theirs. And I have asked on multiple occasions why veterans are not allowed to tap into that fund. And I believe, Speaker, you and I did have a conversation at one time, and you gave me kind of a historical, teachings on how that fund came about, and then how restrictive it is. And I remember, Speaker, that you also said it was very restrictive. And so I have been asking those questions, what can this money, even before COVID-19, I asked whether this money could be used on other things. Because right now we have heard on multiple occasions that our veterans are not receiving their homes. And I know that I do receive messages from veterans here in the Northern Agency, even outside the Northern Agency, asking what the timeline is going to be for them to receive their homes. Coming into council, I wasn't very familiar, of course, with history, but thankfully, Speaker, you did educate me on that. And I had asked that same question: why has there not been a movement to try to push these homes to start moving? Our Northern Agency did provide recommendations on ideas of moving this project forward. Again, I don't know where that fell as far as, who makes that decision. I thought that, and I'm still learning the way that the Navajo Nation government is working, because as you know, Speaker, and also my colleagues who are listening in, the code and the rules are written but somehow it doesn't apply to certain people. And I think for me, that is a frustration in regards to the way that the government should work with veterans. I have had discussions with Mrs. Warline about some of these issues, and he has been really good with responding back. But since he was assigned to the command center there, that he didn't respond. He did call me back yesterday, and we talked very briefly on what my questions were for him. So he'll be presenting that today. But Speaker and my colleagues, I think that this money was set aside for veterans, for their homes. That's true. But I think we need to understand that none of those homes have been built. And it would be nice if we could say that each agency received 2 homes a year at a minimum, but that's not the case. I don't know what the hiccup is. I don't know who is dropping the ball on this, but I can say that I am in support of getting the veterans the assistance that they need. And I think that with the legislation, I know that there are all these forms that have to be filled out, that have to be submitted. And so hopefully we can get some answers today as far as where we are at with that legislation. And again, Speaker, I just want to make it clear that this is veterans' money. And it was set aside for veterans for a particular purpose, for their homes. But because we're not delivering on that, then I think that, they should be able to make decisions on what they can do with their funding. So I know that it's going to be a long process to do all of that, but I'm hoping that during this pandemic, we can at least help our veterans by giving them the money that they're seeking. And I also have questions. I believe Mr. Kiyomi mentioned 350 claims that have been submitted. My question to him is that total of all of the agencies, or is that only for the Fort Defiance agency in which he represents? That's my first question. The second question that I have is, you mentioned that you sent out some emails to delegates. I was just going back into my email, and to be clear, Mr. Kiyomi, I did respond to your email, and I never got a response back from you. So I don't, I'm just going to make it very clear, I don't appreciate the way that you have been communicating with council on Facebook, and the wrong way to send messages. And it used to be a long time ago that whenever people had problems or issues that they needed to talk to the council delegates about, the way that I was taught was you talk to that person in person. But today, with all of the communication, the social platforms that are out there, the text messaging, the phones, I guess in a way we've kind of gotten a little bit lazy in that we rely on that so much. But I don't think that you're doing any of your veterans a favor by making and doing these blasts. And because in reality, you do have delegates who have been asking questions. You do have delegates who have been working diligently on behalf of the veterans. And you were a council delegate for a short time, but you should understand and know that there are so many red tapes out there that make it impossible for some of us to get answers. And people think that delegates have these big powers that we can just go in and we can get answers right away, when in reality, that's not how it works. Again, you should understand that, and you should know that the experience that you had as a council delegate. When we get out there and we start asking questions, we are told that we're micromanaging, or we are told that we are being unethical. So there's a process in which we have to abide by. And we have been sending out emails. We have talked about it. We have brought it to the attention of the speaker. We have brought it to the attention of the executive branch. There's only so much that we can do. But I want you to know that there are delegates who are fighting for veterans. There are delegates who are speaking on your behalf. And there are delegates who are working hard to try to assist the veterans that we have in our communities because of what they did for us and for our country. So I just want to make that known right now on the record, Speaker, that that when it comes to the communication process, I will make it clear for all of the veterans who are listening that we are trying. And there are rules that we still have to abide by. And so it's not, I wish this notion of, delegates having all of this power and, doing all of the things that we get accused of. I wish the truth of what we actually do for our communities. I wish people could see those things and how many emails we receive, how many emails go out, how we're trying to communicate during this process. So, Mr. Kiyomi, just know that you have my support, and the support is for the Northern Agency, for the veterans that I communicate with, that I meet with every other week, that I share information with, and they're the reason why the veterans have my support. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles. With the, let me go back to Mr. Kilman. I guess there were some questions regarding
Yes.
some of the concerns, and then also some of the questions related to your presentation too as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As of right now, the first question of the 350 plus claims, those were only within Fort Defiance Agency. So there's your answer. Those are only the claims that were collected within the 26 chapters within Fort Defiance Agency. So imagine how much Shiprock Agency or Northern Agency would receive if they did such a thing. Fort Defiance Agency was the only one to do a financial assistance drive, so to speak. As far as the other agencies, I don't know of any. On the email response, yes, I believe that we did talk on the email, and that was taken care of as far as Honorable Charles Newton, and also as far as the remarks media. I will apologize for that candor, but I will not apologize for me posting it. The reason why is because we're very frustrated. And like you said, communication is the number one issue. Transparency is the number one issue also. Where do the veterans get the information? How is that information distributed? How do we better inform our veterans of what's going on at the Navajo Nation Council level? Little known, the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Like you said, Honorable Charles Newton, you received numerous emails. I, too, received numerous emails on what to, where do we go, who do we talk to, how do I do this, how do I get this there, how do I get the money, how do I get registered, who do I actually talk to? And it's not just my agency, it's Western, it's Northern, it's Chinle, and it's Eastern Agency, and veterans off the reservation in Albuquerque, Utah, Phoenix, California, North Carolina, and I'll be more than happy to transfer a lot of those emails to you, and maybe you can answer some of those emails on what's going on. So there's a big discrepancy as far as transparency and information and communication. That's the biggest and most frustrating part of what's going on right now. So, in response to that, the other thing too is last year at a Health, Education, and Human Services Committee meeting, and I do believe that we did, as far as Veterans Advisory Council, Mr. Pete Sinagini was there at that meeting, that Honorable Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. and also Honorable Delegate Raymond Smith Jr. Both delegates recommended to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee to establish a work session with the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council to address the veterans' issues and needs. That never happened. And we've been saying constantly, when is this going to happen? It never happened. And that should be on the journals and records with the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, and also those two recommendations made by those two honorable delegates I mentioned. Still, to this day, there hasn't been a work session with the Navajo Nation Council oversight for veterans, the Health, Education, Human Services, and also with the executive branch. Finally, we got a meeting in March with the president of the Navajo Nation and Vice President Liza. It was very brief. I would like to say we took an hour and a half. Mostly that was just reports. And we didn't get anything back after that. So as you can see, the frustration and concern it seems like, how dramatic do we have to be for waving our hands in the air, so to speak, to really say, hey, help me. And I know being a delegate is hard work. I know that. I know it from the bad side and from the good side. And as of right now, there are ways that we can move things along, expedite it. I've seen it done. I've done it myself, working with my delegate and being a delegate myself. The certain authorities speaker has as far as legislation. There's ways around it. Like you said, there's rules that apply to delegates and the rules that don't apply to delegates or legislation, so to speak. But there are ways around it. I've seen it. I experienced it. I've done it myself. And I take under the circumstances this virus has created a lot of things that are difficult on both sides for the people and for the delegates. So maybe we can work on a better communication. Maybe we can work on a better work session that can finally be established with Nabikia-Kit. This is one thing I urged countlessly. We only hear reports at the Health, Education, Human Services level. Why can't we hear it at NABI, where all the delegates can have a say on the veterans' issues? This is why we were proposing, and also we asked the question, can we move the oversight? And this was a discussion with Honorable Otto So. Honorable So, can we change the oversight from Health, Education, Human Services Committee over to Nabikia-Kit? And his answer was, it's a possibility. I really do think that, because he said himself, I would really like to inquire on veterans' issues, but I can't because I don't sit on that oversight. And sometimes these committee meetings or other meetings get in conflict of me attending those oversight meetings while I have my own committee to worry about, which is understandable. But if we can move the oversight from health education to NABI, that way everybody has an input, including yourself, Honorable Newton. You could have a voice on behalf of your veterans at NABI rather than at the committee level. So with that, Speaker, Honorable Charles Newton,
Thank you. That, colleagues,
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
follow up. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
I can't, Speaker. So, Mr. Kaomi, just for clarification, we did schedule a meeting with veterans, and we were hoping to hear their concerns. In fact, the Speaker was the one who pushed for this to happen on March 27th and March 28th. But that was around the time that we were in lockdown as far as staying at home. So we did have that in the book. We have also been trying to schedule a time to meet with the veterans. As a delegate, I meet with my Northern agency every other week. I also send them information. And I think when you're talking about being transparent and having that communication open, you know, I make that available for my veterans. They text me and call me at all hours of the night, and that's okay to do that. But I just want you to know that we did have a 2-day work session scheduled. Unfortunately, it fell around the time that the COVID-19 hit the Navajo Nation, and there was really no way, because we were all still trying to figure out how we could start moving on some of these issues. And you are correct in that that there should have been communication. I thought that was coming down to the veterans. I know that I was keeping the Northern Agency veterans abreast of some of the issues that were happening here, as far as council, and with the oversight. You are aware that we all have various responsibilities with oversight, but I will make it known that for some of us delegates, even though we are not the oversight, we still make our voices heard. And I apologize that there has been no communication with you and within the Fort Defiance agency. But technically, that communication, I mean, I would have thought that there would be information on a website or something coming down from the director. But again, you know, you are welcome to take part in the calls that we have at the Northern Agency. To listen in and chime in as you please, but know that we are trying to, here in the Northern Agency, work with our veterans and get them the assistance that they need. Thank you.
That's to Skilmy. Mr. Kilman?
Speaker, can you hear Honorable Vince James? He said he's the question as well.
Yes, I can. I'm just trying to get Mr. Kilmy to respond back to your comment first, Madam Chair. Mr. Kilmy?
I'm there, Speaker.
Is you want to respond back to Madam Chair Charles Newman?
Yes. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's a communication that we have to work on. I think that's one of the biggest things that is, as far as challenges goes for delegates and the public. The other thing too is that you're right. The Veterans Administration needs to put out something officially notifying veterans on how to apply for the assistances that are still there. The other thing too, that keep in mind, that ask the question to the president: when are you going to deem essential workers and non-essential workers? Right now, the Veterans Administration is deemed non-essential. So how can we change that to essential employees? And is there a plan, or is there a way? Ask this question to the director. How can veterans go to the agency offices and actually fill out the black and white paper to ask for these financial assistance. Like I mentioned in my report, 75% of the Navajo Nation population, as far as veterans, are elderly. Elderly that don't have a scanner, they don't have Wi-Fi, let alone operate a computer. So you're giving challenges to the Navajo elderly veterans. That is a third of the Navajo Nation veterans population. So we're giving them boundaries. So I have veterans come to my house, even though it's very uncomfortable for my family because of this virus. There's a lot of concern that the virus can stay on a piece of paper for an X amount of days. But I take those paperwork and I try to do my best to sanitize, and I try my best to work with my agency veteran service officer on how to get these documents in. But as of right now, that's the biggest challenge right now is what we're facing. Those are the questions you need to answer the director, is how we're going to help the elderly veterans, the elderly surviving spouse, and the Gold Star mother that don't have the capabilities to apply for assistance at this time. And also to the president to deem the Office of Veterans Administration as essential. That way these individuals, veterans, can apply for those assistances that are still there. And also ask maybe the budget of overall, what's Northern Agency's budget? How much money does those 19 chapters within Northern Agency have? Those 19 chapters, do an audit, ask for a spreadsheet. How much does Shiprock chapter have? How much does Gadi'ai have? How much does Sheep Spring, Den Nahazad, Upper Fruitland, and Juan? How much do these chapters have in their account that veterans can still apply for? That's another question that we asked, and we still haven't gotten a response back. Only yesterday, my veteran service officer sent out an update on how much of my 26 chapters have in each of their accounts. So as of right now, maybe that's a fundamental question that the council, as of now, should ask the director, how much money do the veterans still have at each agency and at each 110 chapter veterans organization? As of right now, for Fort Defiance Agency, out of the 26 chapters, 80% have almost expended all their funding. So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. That, we'll move on down to Honorable James.
Gosh, now let's the speaker, and then also consider Owen. So now letting other colleagues that are on the line in regards to veterans, in regards to veterans for Arizona and the other two states. We need to establish our own Veterans Affairs regional within the Navajo Nation for our veterans. And where are we moving forward with doing that? And number two is, I strongly request to you as speaker on every Navigiatit, maybe for the rest of the year, to put veterans under reports. Every Navigiatit work session have veterans under reports. Because at this point, veterans are really, really hurting. Number three is that how do we move forward by asking for state veterans representatives, federal veterans representatives to come out to the nation to assist us, just like how President Nez is getting assistance from the National Guard. How can we as legislators from legislation office move forward in that direction and provide that counseling, to provide that guidance to what Olin is addressing, to set up some kind of regional offices, temporary offices, since we're in a state of emergency and it has been declared. So it's very, very simple process, but it needs to come from you, speaker, and also your staff to address and move forward by seeking and finding these individuals to come to the nation. Because we're just going to keep going round and round, and it's been like that for the past several years with the Veterans Administration Office within our nation. And if executive branch is not going to address the concerns and issues of our veterans, I think we need to step up as legislators and legislation branch to give that opportunity to our veterans. We've overlooked our veterans so many times, and they speak to us and they come to us, but we really don't address it. So
Yeah.
those are my questions, and what is the plan from your office as speaker to address these concerns? Because from the local level, us at the chapter level and veterans organization level, they've been trying to address it. And yet we continue just to overlook our veterans. So with that, if you can provide us a plan from your office as speaker with your staff on how to get individuals to our regional agency sites to assist our veterans. They're trying to get on their knees and beg to us and say, hey, we're over here. Can you guys help us? So put speak on the speaker. Yeah, thank you.
Speaker, Mr. Toth would like to make some comment.
Hey, thank you, for that, suggestions. We'll work together. I know Hope McDonald Lone Tree's working with the veterans from the Speaker's office. We can, report that back to Navigated Committee on recommendations. But again, the advisory council was put together to make recommendations, and with that, working together with the advisory council, that's something that can do in a collaboration. But most importantly, again, the veterans' needs are definitely not unheard, as Madam Chair Charles Newman indicated before, especially in this administration through the Speaker's office. But most importantly, trying to identify and helping assist in creating new avenues and further grasping recommendations. That's the reason why we're having this work session today. So thank you for that recommendation, Honorable James. With that, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. My colleagues, Mr. Olenkilma, for your report. I appreciate the written report, and something that I think in terms of all delegates is our responsibility to not only represent the veterans in our district, but across Navajo Nation and beyond. Take a lot of coordination and communication in serving with the 23rd Navajo Nation Council on the Health, Education, Human Service Oversight. I know that our veterans needed the support not only of council, but the guidance and directive to make sure that their needs are met. And that especially was clear during the budget process. I think there's still a lot of opportunities to improve direct services to our veterans. And so I appreciate all of the federal conversations that are taking place through the Speaker's office with our delegates in Begay. I receive, and my hope is that these emails are shared and distributed to all of the veterans in terms of advocacy and the work that we're doing collectively to help the veterans. With that in mind, Speaker, I did go to one of the recent Veterans Advisory Council And an area that I would like to assist and continue to support our veterans is we do have a current case of a missing veteran from a northern agency. Ms. Fiona Barber has been missing for over a year, and unfortunately, our funds, Navajo Nation Fund, Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund, does not have a policy in place to help veterans who are either dealing with some accidents in their life. And so I will and make myself available to create language or amendment to the fund that could assist families who are dealing with some of these challenges that current policies are don't allow for some of these expenditures. So what I'm asking for is if we could have a conversation about flexibility. I'm about to get on the White House Operation Lady Justice, and I'm going to talk about Ms. Barber. I'm going to talk about her service to our country. I'm going to talk about her active role in advocating for Navajo veterans and families and women veterans. And I'm going to talk about the sheer injustice in terms of her case. And because of jurisdiction and how this has been put on the sideline, and I would ask our veterans and our council to consider looking at not only the immediate needs, the impacts of violence on our veterans. And we're learning this more. Veterans are out there, how many of them are extremely vulnerable, may need additional support, and give them the advocate that they need to help them with their paperwork, to help them get their benefits, to help them find rapid rehousing. And we cannot just simply place this on VSOs. We have to realize that this needs additional direct services. So how on the Navajo Nation end do we beef up? And I believe it's part of working with federal partners. It's about creating this Veterans Affairs office, but it's also council allocating additional dollars to meet their needs. I truly believe in this time, this age and day, that we need advocates on the ground, veterans themselves, veterans helping veterans, understanding the challenges, understanding the struggles, and then supporting the Gold Star families, the Blue Star families, as we transition and just try to live our everyday lives. So I want to thank you for the report. I appreciate sometimes the harshness that's needed to advocate for your veterans. I want to thank the Speaker's office. I do receive the reports from Ms. Hope McDonald Lone Tree, and I appreciate, Speaker, that your LDA is a veteran, and I do see him there at the meetings, and we can do our work and our efforts to support the veterans, then we won't have to just have them relying on these emergency funding, but it's really lifting all of them up so that they can have a life full of dignity. I can honor them, and that it's not just to me and my family, it's not just a day or a weekend or a holiday. It's every day, respecting the lives of our women and men who sacrifice and now continue to, and their spouses. And so I want to make sure that, and I agree with Delegate Vince James, let's add the Tanabe until it's solved. Let's continue the moment, because it's only if it's on our radar, then we can. It's another oversight. We cannot. It's another district. It really needs a committee to keep accountable, to be the voice of the veterans, and most importantly, to provide some type of support and resources to finally fix the issues that have been in the Veterans Office for many years. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Member Crowdy. I think, there's any, response from, Mr. Kiyomi?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in regards to that, Delegate Crowdy did attend the meeting at the Navajo Housing Authority Conference Room in Fort Defiance, Arizona. She did provide a lot of insight, and there was a lot of what she supported was the voice of the Veterans Advisory Council. And she really did ask the tough questions to the director at that time during that meeting on where do the Veterans Advisory Council actually sit. And it was kind of pondering that Delegate Crowdy, if you may correct me, that she did ask the question to the Department of Justice lawyer. And Mr. Schneider, I believe his name is, serving, for a lack of a better formality, you're serving two masters. The Department of Justice lawyer helps the Veterans Director, and at the same time helps the Navajo Veterans Advisory Council. But where does it come into a fine line that one party and the other party want something different, and they're asking the same lawyer for input or guidance on how to do it? So does the lawyer from DOJ listen to the director rather than the Veterans Advisory Council, and vice versa? That's the question that we have and we've been asking. So a lot of these questions that have been is a big part of the communication. How much does one authority have over the other, or where does the Veterans Advisory Council sit? Because at this time, I believe Delegate Crowdy, Shema has witnessed, is that we don't really have a voice or input anywhere. It's really until we put our foot down and we all come together to say enough's enough, and this is what our veterans want. It's not necessarily the Veterans Advisory Council members, but it's the veterans within those respected agencies to say this is what they want. So as of right now, as far as the missing Navajo veterans, that was a discussion, but once again, it gets faded out when there's no response back, there's no questions answered, and a lot has to do with that as far as getting a response back, whether it be from DOJ or whether it be from the Veterans Administration or whether it be from the executive branch. We just don't get those responses back, and it kind of leaves the issue still lingering there. So, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That, move on down. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. One thing that I would really like to see if we could get Dana to research out is that Mr. Kiyomi, relating to the veterans, I believe under the Begay-Nez administration, a transition happened within the president's office, where he took the Department of Veterans Affairs away from I believe it's either social services or one of those social service branches division, and put it under the office of the president and vice president directly, indicating that the OPVP office would provide the direct and adequate service for our veterans. And that was the move that happened under the Begay-Nez administration. And my question is, was this done lawfully? Was it approved by the former Health and Human Service Committee to approve that oversight? Because right now, the way I understand is that Veterans Oversight is still heads, Health and Human Service. Office of the President, their oversight is NABI. And if they want to keep the Veterans Office over at the Office of the President, why don't we go ahead and amend the legislation that created the oversight for the veterans, to amend it from Health Committee to NABI. In every council district, you have a veteran. We have veterans all over in every delegate district. I would think that the current oversight committee is adhering to this and understand what's going on with the veterans. So I really hope that we could get that ironed out, Speaker. If we could change the oversight, get the research done by Dana, and then change the oversight, and let's get the oversight over back to NABI. The other recommendation is to pull the Navajo Veterans Administration Department drop legislation, take it out of executive function, and bring it over to the legislative branch. What if we put the Office of the Veterans Administration under the legislative branch? And I think we can provide a heck of a decent service for our veterans. Onsen. Because every time the veterans come before council, something's up. The division director is not addressing or adhering to a lot of the veterans' needs, or the executive director. Executive branch, and I think it's just a simple task from the president just to say, Mr. Executive Director for Veterans Office, you need to do this, get them services. What do they need? And right now you have the program executive director revamping policy on the veterans. And does these policies that are being revamped, is this supported by the advisory council? If they're not going to listen to the advisory council, why is it that they are not adhering to that? As the oversight, and if we can change and transfer the Veterans Administration under the legislative branch, maybe we can do a better job. I don't know. Who is a central employee deemed at the Veterans Department. And earlier, Olin indicated that no one or everyone was sent home because nobody from the office was deemed essential. He does have a valid point. Onsen, if Mr. Kiyomi, if I could get a supportive resolution from the advisory council relating to switching the department from from the executive branch to the legislative branch, I'm willing to sponsor it. The last administration really used the veterans as a election tool. And this past election, and right now, look at what's going on by this administration. He at the office of the president's office. Did he really increase his workload that he really can't address the veterans' needs and the veterans' issues? I don't know. Maybe we can select a subcommittee to deal with directly veterans affairs. One from each agency. But advisory council, you say policy change can be made. Recommend that the Schlicht Mr. Kiyomi I know you were a former delegate, and you came into the place of Shanale, and here you go. Ito hayza. Ako ho penashigo. Dasin sago. Sala soba sinlinde. Ako ho that ani but hat gregit ego hat eight linde. And I really thank you for your advocacy for the veterans. Ako ahadit ada kikindashi nishoyat etole. Maybe that's the step that we need to take. We need to change it. Because someone that is supposed to be listening to your needs is not listening to you. And we are paying that person probably $60,000, $70,000 a year. What type of benefit? How can we say that he or the director is providing you guys the essential needs that you guys need? Oh, what's up, and I would like to have that conversation to move the Veterans Department under the legislative branch, and maybe we could provide a better service for our veterans. Oh, what's up, on Navajo. But again, thank you very much for the time, Speaker. I don't care. Mr. Kiyomi. I don't chair, so I think Linda and I Joe Kiyomi. Uncle split or the here could all Rashinto Hanet Hitchanin Ado and now it all egg it all Niskipe in his friend's net. Alcohol, I see so God. I was thinking that the executive branch was taking care of me. It was taking care of our veterans. Honey, it is ain't all yan chinson there. Don't hurt it la. Machine it. Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, get me on the line.
Thank you very much, Mr. So, for those comments and questions and recommendations, I have Ms. Barbroff on the line. She can respond to that question, and then I'll go to Mr. Kiyomi. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel, and let me correct that. Good morning. It's not noon yet. So what I can address right at this moment was Delegate Arroso's question about the authorities of the committees. Now, the authorities of the committees are set up by subject matter. The advisors may be departments, but the authorities of the standing committees are set up by subject matter. And so subject matter, the veterans matters dealing with veterans go under the HES committee. NABI does have authorities over the office of the president, so that would include the Veterans Department or Veterans Office, excuse me. But if you wish to move it to veterans to NABI, that can be done by legislation. It's Title II legislation. And so it can be drafted. It will require it will go across the street for a veto or signature. As far as moving all veterans programs to the legislative branch, that will take research, as operating programs such as the veterans programs are not standard legislative branch authorities. The one thing that my office, the Office of Legislative Counsel, gets frustrated with is we have a hard time gathering documents about various policies, various rules, and that would be helpful. Now, I am not saying that the director is not helpful. He is when we've asked, but there's a lot of questions we have about different funding and such, and we do struggle to get that information. So any assistance that can be provided there is helpful. So, Delegate, so I will look into your question. One, I can go ahead and we can start drafting legislation if you so request it, to move veterans to NABI. As far as moving the whole program to the legislative branch, that's a much bigger issue that we'll have to take a look at. So with that, Speaker, I think I'll turn the mic back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barbara. With that, I'm going to go back to Mr. Kiyomi.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in regards to Shanella, Mr. Otoso's comment, yes, the major transition did happen with the Veterans Act, with the Begay-Inez administration. I was there as far as the whole process of the Veterans Act to be drafted. The transition was from Human Resources Division, where the Veterans, Navajo Nation Veterans Office was put under, and moved to the office of the President and Vice President. The reason for that was to provide direct assistance to the Veterans Office and to the veterans. That was the intent. But as you guys can see now, in here now, is that's not happening. As Shanella mentioned, we have an advisory group that nobody's listening to. The president, after numerous times in requesting to meet with him, finally met with us back in March. As far as establishing the meetings, and when we do have official Veterans Advisory Council meetings, and especially now, some of those meetings are censored by the director that sets these meetings up. And I believe Honorable Charles Newton wanted to chime in on a meeting. Also with Ms. Hope McDonald Lone-Tree from Speaker's Office also wanted to attend the meeting via teleconference. And also I believe Honorable Wilson Stewart also wanted to chime in on the meeting. But those meetings, teleconference meetings, are controlled by the director. And it wasn't until we almost adjourned that I believe Ms. Hope McDonald Lonetree, as I requested, please give a report from legislators. But she missed out on most of the entire meeting, but she was waiting to get online. And that's another issue. Navajo Veterans Advisory Council meetings are all public, open to the public, whether it be on Facebook, whether it be on YouTube, or whether we had those capabilities, it's public. And to have people not attend those important meetings to discuss what's there, and I believe Delegate Amber Crotty saw firsthand at Navajo Housing Authority of how disconnected we are with the director and also with the office of the president and vice president. And what gets thrown at us is the word advisory. The director has mentioned is that I don't answer to anybody except the president of the Navajo Nation. The Veterans Advisory Council is just an advisory, a recommending body. This is where the confrontation starts as to what is recommended to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. And I believe, like was mentioned, I did sit on the 23rd Council, and a lot of it has taken precedence as to Mr. Key Alvin Begay made a statement and wanted to make an amendment to a particular veterans legislation, but it was deemed that did he get the recommendation from the Veterans Advisory Council, and their precedence was set. But as of now, we have legislation that has been drafted by the director himself without our knowledge or input until later on it's already in legislation form. This is why I believe Delegate Crotty submitted, I don't know if she submitted it or not, maybe she can correct me, but she submitted a legislation to say this legislation should be heard at NABI rather than at the House Education Human Services due to the controversies. So that's another thing that we're facing currently right now with the current director. It has come to our attention that we approve and then we work with the director through a meeting on these particular policies, and then get turned around to say, well, that's not what we approved. That's not what was discussed, and that was not what was agreed on. And then this is where the confrontation starts. So this is where we're at. And Shanella, Mr. So is correct. There needs to be a separation. There needs to be an oversight at the Veterans Administration level, because as of now, you have one person saying, I have answered to nobody except the president. And to find out that, hey, where does it have to be drawn to where we can have effective communication, an effective plan, and also be transparent and responsible to the veterans that we serve, but at the same time, not come from just one person. The Advisory Council was established to provide that oversight, was to provide information, the veterans in each agency's input on how they feel about policy. And right now, we're told we have nothing to do with procedures. And as Charles Newton mentioned, Honorable Charles Newton mentioned, delegates get criticized for micromanaging, but at the same time, you're doing your job as a lawmaker, as an advocate for your communities you represent. Same has to go with the Veterans Advisory. I always mention, I don't answer for myself, but I am the voice of my veterans of the 26 chapters and also the veterans of the Navajo Nation. This is what they want, because this is veterans' money, which was so adequately mentioned and is correct by Honorable Charles Newton. This is Navajo veterans' money. So where can we get our input as to where the person that's holding the purse strings does not want to hear from the very people that are saying, help me. So I'm more than willing to support a resolution and to have this discussion with my advisory council members who are also on the line. And that's something that we do need to talk about. It's something that we have been discussing for a while now, but that's certainly something that that we will be talking about within our next quarterly meeting in July. And with that, I will ask the legislative branch, if you can sponsor the next teleconference, if things don't change with this COVID-19, that Ms. Hope McDonald Lone Tree set us up teleconference meeting. That way, delegates that want to chime in on the Veterans Council meetings can participate and not be censored. And with that, Speaker, thank you.
That, let me go back to the follow-up by Honorable Otto So. Go ahead, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I guess Dana, go ahead and start drafting those legislations. I'm willing to step up to the plate on that. And those maybe we can do a better service for our veterans, the legislative branch, and then put the veterans under the Navajo committee. Because I clearly think that when the veterans went under the OPVP, Health and Human Service Committee should have released their oversight to NAVI, because right now they're under the OPVP office, and it should be that the right oversight for that is Navajo Committee, and we just need to adjust to that and change our policies relating to the oversight. Okay, maybe Mr. Key Allen McKay, maybe if you could start working with the Speaker's office to create a subcommittee for directly relating to the veterans issue and veterans policy, though veterans need at the federal level. And at the same time, have the collaborative effort in allowing the advisory council to be part of the subcommittee. Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't thank you for the report, Owen. I don't in your crew.
Thank you, Honorable So. That, we'll move on down. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Speaker.
Honorable Eugene So, can you hear me now?
Hey, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, hey, catch your phone. Yo, ish, come on, that's what. So, أنا كاتين ولا ده استهل residency under the legislation out of Georgia. They not stepped on. I know they can't go under the legislation. They're not the topics on is either. It is I don't decommit. My proposal, my legislation seems that as every time we have a meeting, is coming to play. A committee of one. Yeah, it's on the end. It's about so all the council delegates should be realizing that as well. I don't talk on the verification. The Khalid central la. So the my question today, you see, every office within each agency has money, funds for them to in that it's about Kahota, up base of Hodno. Because over that el Kala or the Robis, a heart or so now, now your kid or the credit. I don't the negative short all seasons as a hata the project as he the nana the sustainable vision that you know long shit at the katna hata this council delegates. Hey, you guys are talking to the point I need that we need to help these veterans. It also speaker Eddie. Got it.
Thank you, Eugene. So, and some of those recommendations were reiterated, so we can move forward on those. Most importantly, thank you for your recommendation on Eugene. So, and let me see what Mr. Kilme has to say on that response.
Mr. Speaker, I need to say, Mr. Eugene, so that's something that Mr. Oto So also has been saying. That's what most delegates that have attended the advisory meetings have been experiencing. That's something that we really need to consider and follow. And Mr. Oto So is right. I believe the correct committee needs to be under NABI. Just distance by because the executive branch, where they hear their issues, is at the Napikiakit. I believe that's the appropriate place to have these settings. That way our voices can be heard. As far as the subcommittee that has been mentioned with the 23rd Council, and also I believe is mentioned numerous times by Mr. Oto So, Mr. Raymond Smith, have been saying Veteran Subcommittee. Also Ms. Shada, Mr. Kial Begay, through email and such, has been recommending a veteran subcommittee with the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And this will be a tremendous opportunity, and I believe it will fix the communication gap. I believe that the veterans' voices will be officially heard from the veterans advisory members, not just the director. We hope that both parties can work together with the council and with this potential subcommittee. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you with that, Honorable Eugene So, for those comments again, and thank you, Mr. Kilme. And I think that there's a recommendation on that, and one of our colleagues is going to be pushing for that move. Thank you to that, and that all comes out again. That's the whole reason why we're having this work session, is just to hear and address issues, but more importantly, this isn't the first. This isn't the last of our discussion. As you know, there's recommendations now to have it at updates at every Navigated committee meeting. So with that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the line
Speaker,
or in the queue.
Speaker,
Hey, let me go to Honorable Freeland, and then come back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. All of our veterans on the line. Thank you. Been listening to the discussion this morning. Speaker, number one request that I continue to hear from our area is housing. And when are we going to ramp down the housing needs or address the housing needs. I have one of my veterans organization commanders who doesn't have a house, and I feel really bad for him because he deserves a house. He has a family. There's a real need still for housing, and that's my big thing and number one intent to advocate for is for housing continuously. How are we going to address this housing situation for our veterans? Number two, the concept of my little brother's legislation, Wilson Storigi. It's a good concept. The only thing is we would hate to do all this work and then send it across the street and it get vetoed. What is the plan? I think that's always the question. What is the plan going forward? I know there's something in the works across the street. I don't know exactly what it might be, but I think we need to sit down and have a discussion as to how are all of these needs going to be addressed. And the $1,000 is a good concept, yes, but if it's coming out of the housing, will that further alleviate any future housing development, or will the money be replenished? So just an idea. I really want to continue to advocate for housing from our area. So I just wanted to mention that, Speaker, and say thank you to our veterans on the line this morning, or this afternoon, 12:12. But Eddie, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go ahead and move on down to Madam Chair Charles Newton, then I'll come back to you, Mr. Kiyomi. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Speaker. I was trying to speak up after Dana gave her answer on moving the veterans under Navikiatik. Just as a reminder, I already dropped legislation on that, and Dana and I had a conversation about, I guess, how that move would be made. And this was after the presentation that Vern Lee gave to council, and I believe this was back in December. In addition to that, there was a resolution that was passed by Northern Agency asking for that move to happen. And I attached that resolution onto the blue sheet that I submitted to Dana. And again, we did have a conversation on this. So, I mean, I don't know where that legislation is at in the process. But I mean, if Otto wants to sponsor that legislation, I mean, that's fine. I just don't know what happened to my legislation asking for veterans to be put under Navikiatik. And I believe that was the request that was made by Northern Agency, which is why I attached the resolution onto that sheet. So I don't know, again, if that is separate from what Otto is recommending, but I believe that is currently in the works, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Speaker?
Let me go. Honorable Otto So?
Yes, since it's already in the works, and Madam Chair already dropped the request in the hopper. Let's utilize that. If we have Northern Agency resolution attached to it, and I guess out to the advisory council, if you can get word out to the agency veterans, all 5 agencies to have supporting resolutions to be put in place, that would be great. And I think that's feasible. And then with the advisory council, So if the executive branch decides to veto it, there's going to be a power struggle, and that will at least allow council to move forward to override. So, and the override will be justified because our Navajo veterans is making this request. Ako I wish that and I urge my colleagues to actually support that matter. There's a similar situation with Miss Navajo under the last administration. So 4 years. There was one time where Miss Navajo's van wouldn't start right there at the council chamber, and we had to help them push start it. A president office biyado hata kiddo. Ako hata bachata she kill apa the towards the end of the term. In this case, I believe we need to move on this and do that and utilize Honorable Chair, Madam Chair Newton to legislation, and let's utilize that.
Okay. That, heard from, Honorable, Freeland, Madam Chair Charles Newman, and Honorable Otto. So I don't know if you have a follow-up, or a comment in response to as well, Mr. Kiyomi?
Mr. Speaker, yes, to Mr. Honorable Freeland. Another, yes, housing needs are a big issue, and veterans have been asking that fundamental question going on 4 years now. And just the last, I believe, speaker was there with 23rd Council. Another, yeah, Honorables, the late Stephen Begay implemented a legislation to utilize $1.2 million and give it to Southwest Indian Foundation under a contract to build 5 houses for Eastern and 5 houses for Fort Defiance Agency. Those are the only 2 agencies to receive housing through Southwest Indian Foundation that totaled little over 1.2 million. Those houses have all been completed as I believe, with infrastructure, with light, sewer, and water. I could be wrong. But in that same essence, the remaining agencies, Western Agency, Chinle, and Northern, still have yet to receive any housing whatsoever. And they've been waiting numerous times. In addition to that, there were homes built in 2014 and 15 that have been falling apart. Those homes, the first wave, the first phase of homes, those homes have not been fixed yet. And they're falling apart. And I believe one of the audits done by the Auditor General recommended that these houses have to be up to standard, because a lot of these homes that were built with the first phase were not built to standard, because at that time Navajo Nation didn't have a building code. Or what code were they following as far as administration? The other thing too is that the veterans, Navajo Nation Veterans Housing Policy, that's something that Shada Kial has been pushing. That's something that the director, the Veterans Advisory Council, has been discussing. I believe the director did submit something to Legislative Services as far as a policy, but there were some questions asked to the director: where does the Veterans Advisory Council fit in with the Veterans Housing Policy? Where is there the additional oversight? And that particular legislation, whether it's drafted or not, the Veterans Advisory Council is totally removed from that veterans housing policy. So it's kind of like the director is the only one that's autonomous, that will only make the shot. That's it. So there's no recommendation from advisory or nothing. So the reason why the housing has been suspended was because of this Navajo Nation veterans housing policy that needed to be implemented as stated by the Auditor General. The other thing, too, was that there was a way around that. Shanada Yan, the late Honorable Stephen Begay, and I figured out a way to where we could ask a nonprofit agency such as Southwest Indian Foundation to provide 10 homes with infrastructure for a little over $1.2 million. So like it was mentioned, there's a lot of red tape, but there are ways around that legislatively that we can do and build those homes. But it's particularly with the president and the director that they want a certain group of individuals, whether it be unions or whether they be contracted to a certain contractor, that they want these homes built by. We haven't received any report until recently in March. We kind of got a gist of what the director is doing as far as housing. As far as the $1,000, it's needed. Veterans are hurting out there. They are more than grateful for the boxes of food, for the little things that delegates and also the president has been providing throughout the Navajo Nation. They are thankful. Yeah. But they also face another challenge, and that's the bills. Those are things that will be turned off or taken away. And right now, that's the number one thing. If they can just get a little something to carry them over or have the offices open, that way they can apply. But many veterans have already met their max as far as requesting financial services. But at this time, the veterans are saying they really do need help, especially the ones that live off the reservation. They are struggling with rent, struggling with mortgages, they're struggling with utilities, food. A lot of them have been taken off the SNAP benefit program. Some of them have still waiting to apply for unemployment benefits. So those are some of the struggles that they're facing out there currently right now. As we heard from the director, Mr. James Werlein, when we asked the fundamental question, is it possible that we can give veterans $1,000 to help them during this time? He said yes. He discussed it with the president, and he said the president's on board, just as long as we're not taking money from the UUFB. So it went from there. Awesome. We moved forward, had an official meeting. We asked Mr. Werlein, what do the numbers look like? Can we take this money from the housing? And can we take this money from the carryover? Mr. Werlein himself did the math, did the numbers, came back at us, said, yes, we can do it. And then we moved forward with the resolution to support. So all these fundamental questions were asked. Well, President veto. And what we got the green light and thumbs up. So at this point in time, I like I said, things change with the director, things change with the executive last minute. So at this time, what we heard was that we got the green light to move forward to request $1,000 from the Navajo veterans, utilizing the Navajo Nation Veterans Housing Program funds and also the fiscal year 19 carryover funds. But there's another additional problem with that, with the fiscal year 19 carryover funds. The Office of the Controller is not completing the carryover calculations correctly. And also the Office of the Controller, Mr. Francis, he's not FMIS certified and cannot complete the budget transfers in a timely manner. So that's another thing that we're facing at accounts payable, at the Office of the Controller and at OMB, is that nobody is certified to complete these budget transfers or actually get a real numbers on how much each agency has in their carryover. So that's where we're at right now, and that's another hiccup that we're waiting on that probably potential sponsor, Mr. Honorable Stewart, will be facing, and I think that's what he's waiting on. In regards to, and I believe that's it, Shanilla's remarks, Mr. Freeland. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, thank you for your response to my colleagues on the NAPCATIC committee, Mr. Kiyomi. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else. I know that there's some of these questions that are being asked as well. We do have the we do have the director of the executive director from the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration up next, and some of these questions and comments too might be helpful, and Mr. Zwoline might have some of those insights and some of that interpretation and some solutions and answers too as well. So if there's no more questions for the advisory council right now, then we can switch on over to Mr. Zwoline, because it looks like, again, this is just an opening day, a work session. As Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton indicated, we had a full 2-day work session that we were going to have, but unfortunately, to the pandemic of COVID-19, we had to push that back, and that's the reason why we're having this update as we speak right now. The Speaker's office will make sure that everything that is presented here today will be in a formal outline of potential updates and continuing on down the path as taking in all the recommendations and making sure that one is there some policy changes that are looking to be amended through legislation, and some of my colleagues have indicated that they will be dropping that for those solutions. And the other objective is to try to make sure that we have continuous access and follow up. And one of the recommendations, I think I heard it from a couple of colleagues, is to continuously have NABCATIC committee report to be on there as an update from the advisory council, and then possibly from the Veterans Administration as well. And then moving on down, further discussing initiatives for additional immediate appropriation as the veterans have concluded. I haven't seen any actual resolutions towards this plan of $1,000 to each veteran, but I am sure Mr. Kiyomi will produce that if that's a recommendation. And then learning to bring other departments together and having these solutions and these barriers be broken down so that the veterans can get this information directly from the controller's office, from OMB, covering some of the overall goals and some of the delayed responses from like organizations from the Department of Justice, or even from the executive branch OPVP staff as well. And then moving on down, there is also initiatives as well as long-term goals, and looking at that, as Ms. Barbroff indicated, that one is for oversight change. That's something that could possibly done relatively in a quick legislation, but moving the entire veterans organizations and oversight from the OPVP to the legislative branch is something that we could probably look as a long-term transition, but making sure that that can be done in the time frame. And additionally, these are some of the ways that we're just continuing to start the discussion. We're not trying to solve everything today. We can't solve everything in one work session. That's the reason why we will continuously have more of these work sessions. particularly on veterans issues. Just to answer your question, I'm going back to one of your questions, Mr. Kiyomi, the Navajo Phase 2 for Light Up Navajo. That program is actually on hold, and it seems like that might not happen. We have not officially got a response from Haas or Mr. Rex Kuntz, but it looks like that's going to be halted off for the remainder of this year and started up in spring of 2021. But other than that, colleagues, just as a recap, these are some of the overall realistic things that we can possibly move towards in trying to making sure that there's some progress in planning, progress in timelines, and overall progress in getting some of these real initiatives completed. So, with that, if there's no last questions, I know again we do have Mr. James Orline coming on next, who probably has some other recommendations and some answers that the veterans are looking for too as well, and answers to my colleagues. Nothing. Going once, twice. Anybody else? If there's none.
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith. Can you hear me?
Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Just listen to the dialogue and all that and your recap on behalf of what the veterans are requesting. Yes, it is true. Veterans do need help out there. And I heard that the President and Mr. Zerline is online with expediting the $1,000 out to the veterans. That'd be great. We could get that going on behalf of the veterans for their needs. And they provide services for us when they were at Call of Duty, and now they are back, so we should take care of our veterans. I'd like to co-sponsor the legislation by Stewart on behalf of assisting and helping our veterans. It's kind of sad to hear what Mr. Ola Kiyomi said about the numbers not corresponding from our Office of OOC, OMB, I guess, or I didn't really quite get the gist of that, but those numbers are important to calculate how we're going to use that funding. If we don't have the right figures, it's just like the chapter when we were doing the allocation, we didn't have the correct figures, and it was just Shingita. That's not good to go on. That's not good business. The reason why I say that, too, is the CARES Act. Could the veterans apply for the CARES Act on behalf of their assistance and funding? Maybe get a chunk of money out. That also entails tax for the housing because they're overcrowding. Veterans have families that have come home and they need additional space. Veterans, septic service. They need septic service because folks are told to stay home. So they need services to remove their septic tanks, and not remove their tanks, but to remove and to provide that service. Other services are needed too, Shananda. So I do support this effort, and if we put them under Nabakiatkit, that's an avenue that we could explore. We need to help them in every aspect of providing services. Before you know it, it's going to be winter time, and they're going to be requesting for hardship, wood supplies, and some of them will be needing those assistance. So these are my comments, Shanada. These are something to think about. I don't know if they were brought up. I'm on the motorcycle, and I kind of hear this and hear that every so often. But thank you for letting me speak, and I'll be trying to listen in to the director's report too. Thank you, Speaker.
Hey, that, Mr. Kilme, I'll go back to you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe the resolution in question from the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, Ms. Hope McDonald Lone Tree is looking for that resolution. I did have to make a new version, the same version that the director wanted. He wanted certain languages in there, wording. So that was kind of the delay. So right now, I did send back the director a couple of weeks ago. I did send back the resolution from advisory of the one that he created and the one he wanted as far as the director. So that has been sent to the director with his own corrections, and I signed it. We did address this issue on the 29th day of April of this year. So to move forward officially with this request for $1,000 per Navajo veteran. The other thing in regards to Mr. Raymond Smith's question regarding Office of the Controllers, they're not completing the carryover calculations correctly for fiscal year 2019. These are carryovers from the Navajo Nation Veterans Agencies, chapter veterans organizations. They get an X amount of numbers every year. Now, let's say, for instance, Tehachapi Veterans Organization gets $45,000 for the year to help the veterans locally and surviving spouses with hardship and energy assistance and so forth. The other thing is the Office of the Controller, Mr. Francis, I believe, has no FMIS certification, and the reason why is that he cannot complete the budget transfers because of that. That was also another issue pertaining to Mr. Smith in regards to Office of the Controller in the fiscal year 2019 carryover funds for veterans. So we're using two pots of money for this initiative. It's from the Veterans Housing Program and also the fiscal year 2019 carryover. So that's in regards to that. The other thing too is as far as the closing statement, Mr. Speaker, I think at this time it's just a matter of communication, being transparent, and also communicating with the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, for having that partnership with the director and also with executive branch. As of right now, we don't have that. As though the Veterans Act's intention to put the Veterans Administration under the executive was to provide that very necessity. But as you guys can see and hear now, that's not happening. So as far as the three initiatives, as far as what I'm hearing throughout the whole Navajo Nation and outside the nation, veterans that live on and off, is that they need access to their financial requests to apply for hardship, energy, home improvement, VA medical assistance. They need access to that. Scanning documents and submitting it via internet. 75% of the Navajo veterans don't have that capability. 75% of those veterans are elderly. So we need to find a better solution on how we can provide those services to those veterans throughout the Navajo Nation, on and off. The website, hopefully we can have fillable request forms. Veterans that are tech savvy or email savvy can help, or grandchildren or children can help their parents fill out the request forms through the internet and so forth. That's the one issue that's hindering a lot of the veterans right now, and surviving spouses, Gold Star mothers. The other one is the initiative for the $1,000 for the veterans. I think we came to almost a unanimous vote through the Veterans Advisory to, yes, we need to help the veterans. And lastly, the CARES Act. I think that's another discussion for another time, but where do the veterans fit in as far as what can we request from the CARES Act rather than being told by the director and probably via president to say, no, veterans cannot ask for this, and ask for that. As from the last email from the director was sent out to the advisory, that was pretty much the gist of it, was to say, this is what you cannot ask for. And it kind of narrows it down to where, what can the veterans ask for through the CARES Act? Because everything that we need, not what we want, but what we need, you're saying that we can't do it. So that becomes another discussion. But I would really like, as of this point in time right now, and I really hope that council stresses this to the director, that please work with the advisory, please provide transparency, provide information to the veterans, whether it be through the radio, through the TV, through Facebook, or something. The veterans need to know this information on who to contact, at what time, where, and are they available for any benefits. Like I mentioned earlier, I had veterans pass away due to this virus. There was a lot of families saying the offices are closed. Is the $500 burial assistance still available? That's another question that I wanted to ask, but I still haven't given a response back from the director saying, is there any funding for veterans that passed due to this virus, or is there any funding in general to help families assist with burial assistance through this difficult time? Maybe you guys can ask that question to the director too also. Yeah, finally, lastly, we had two official meetings, the one on the 29th, and then a little 2 weeks before that, we met with the president and vice president at the Navajo Nation Veterans office. I did ask for how much money we have as far as an advisory council budget. A lot of the veteran advisory members did attend the meeting, whether it be in person at the Division of Community Development conference room or via telephone. The ones that attended via telephone did not get compensated. And it was roughly close to a 4-hour, a little over a 4-hour meeting that the members of the advisory council that attended that meeting through teleconference did not get paid. The Veterans Director holds hostage our budget and funding and says, I'll pay you when I feel like it. I guess that's the gesture that's given. I do believe members they're saying, how come we're not getting compensated? We took time out. We did complete a lot of things the director wanted us to complete as far as policies with burial, policies with honor guard and color guard, policies in general that he wanted done. We did that. So it's not like it wasn't an unproductive meeting. We did accomplish a lot as an advisory council. Why aren't the members being compensated? And a lot of the members that have jobs or are financially stable said they would have liked to use that stipend and return it back to their community to help their veterans, help their surviving spouses with any donations such as water or anything that they can provide with that stipend that they would have received when they attended that meeting. So as of right now, I have half of my advisory council not being compensated. And I'm sure, I don't know how it is with the legislative as far as delegate attending council meetings or committee meetings through teleconference. I don't know if you guys get paid or not. I'm sure you do. But that's the same concern with the Veterans Advisory, is that may not be there physically at the meeting, but we're taking time out. through teleconference in our time to address these issues that the veterans are facing, and they're not being compensated. And it's sad to say when the director of Veterans Administration is saying, I got a letter from DOJ saying that the only reason why I have to pay you is when you actually have to travel from one location to another to attend a meeting. So he went and got a clarification from the Department of Justice on how how the stipend payments are supposed to be paid out to Veterans Advisory Council members. And that's not right, because the last I heard was that the Department of Justice only provides an opinion. It's within the legislation and law that states how an individual gets compensated. And for council members that are on here, go back to the Veterans Act, and they'll tell you how Veterans Advisory Council members get paid. Nowhere in there specifically does it say that members of the Advisory Council have to go through step 1, step 2, step 3 in order to get paid. It doesn't say that. And the Department of Justice only provides an opinion. So that's one of the biggest discrepancies my members of the advisory are facing. They're not being compensated for their time, and at the same time, they're not giving the correct information to their respected agencies on what's going on with the agency offices. Also, the Veterans Council members are not getting a budget of how much money that each of their respected chapters and agencies still have that veterans can still apply for. So that's on behalf of my Veterans Advisory members. And for honorable mentions, Mr. Wallace Charlie has been doing a great job as far as early in the year trying to provide wood to Northern Agency. Candace Payochi Zuni working locally with Upper Fruitland, so forth. And Mr. Pete Sinajini is got resources. I believe he got chainsaws and such from other entities that have been donating. So we're doing a lot. We're trying to do the best that we can as far as providing for our agencies locally and also reservation-wide. So there's other commanders out there that are doing the same thing and trying to help their local veterans at their chapter level. So, and also like to say thank you. If there's anything that has been done during this Memorial Day on behalf of the leadership there, that if you guys did something for the veterans that have passed on and for our ancestors, I really do appreciate you guys taking the time out and respectfully paying respects during this Memorial Day. We do have veterans that are still ill from this virus, and we still have families out there that are still struggling with this issue too also. So I really would like to give my thanks to my members of the advisor. We really are trying, just like you guys are saying, you guys are trying at the council level. But at this point in time, somebody needs to hold someone's feet to the fire. Let's get the correct information officially, and let's notify and inform our veterans on the proper process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kilme, for those closing comments and those words, especially in response. And we again, this is the first of many work sessions that we will be continuing to have. I know that this is a priority of this administration. This has been a priority for numerous delegates on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And we look forward to having these further discussions. So, again, this is just a starting point. We will continue to move on down the line. We will be in touch when the next NABI committee meeting will happen. And more importantly, to the Veterans Advisory Council, thank you very much for putting together a presentation, but also adhering to understanding that the council is has many things on its plate right now, and working together in collaboration, and more importantly, having that communication uh, between your organization and the council is something that we can continue to work on and really try to see if we can bridge that support even stronger, so that solutions can come from these meetings, rather than just us continuously trying to talk about it. Uh, so again, thank you, Mr. Kiyomi. Thank you to all the veterans that are listening online. With that, colleagues, we do have our second report. We're still on veterans issues. We will get a report from the Navajo Nation veterans, issued from Mr. James Warling, who is the executive director from the Navajo Nation's Veterans Administration. Honorable Otto So, you there?
Yeah.
I just now got your text.
Speaker?
Yeah.
Yes. I guess if we could get Dana to draft legislation to allow teleconference to happen for the Veterans Advisory Council, and to allow their stipends to be paid out via telephone conference. If you could start drafting that legislation for me, I'd be happy to sponsor this legislation. We just need to get this through, and I think this is where council, I believe all the delegates, this is a common partisanship that we can all agree with and align with. And let's make this happen for our advisory council. Let's get that legislation drafted and allow that to happen for them, because they are meeting. And with time, crisis, and so forth, via teleconference is something that is needed. We did that for official. Why don't we do this for the Veterans Advisory Council? Esto hace kahajin sonat ani lat. Esto arola yitahe ako aja pata hadit arasa pati yan jondoli. Adon da pe kai dia di jefa aja pe kendi ka. Ko to oba hasbit ole. See if you guys could start drafting that legislation, and I can I'll sponsor it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. We will take note of that, and we can make sure that those things can start to be drafted up, Mr. So. With that,
if I may just take this opportunity, it has been overwhelming for Office of Legislative Counsel to get the requests and keep up with the requests by email. It is going to be nightmarish to keep up with requests that are just asked at committees. So I am going to request that all of the legislation requests that were made today be reiterated to me in an email. That would be at least allow me to somehow try to keep tabs on it. Thanks guys, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Thank you again, colleagues. Thank you again to the Veterans Advisory Council for your presentation. Moving on down. Report from the Navajo Nation Veterans Issues by Mr. James Warline, who's Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. I just now heard somebody say speaker.
It's me, Mr. So.
So Eugene, so go ahead.
I got a question. Regards to the pandemic, there are veterans that got affected, and some of those that passed. Would it be possible, after everything's over, we have a special funeral for every one of them, to just for the cats, and flag holding for the whoever lost a veteran and the family. Everybody did ask hard enough. For those that left. Maybe I just want to see if the organization can kind of plan it. Really, thank you. Maybe we can ask the president too as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that request, Honorable Eugene. So that's something that we could definitely work together with the Veterans Advisory Council and also with the executive branch and even with Mr. Zorline to initiate that concept and moving forward, especially to recognizing our lost veterans during this time through this pandemic. You know, we know it's COVID-19. So, thank you, Honorable Eugene, so for that. That's something that Caroline, anybody missing?
Hold on.
Mine says, did somebody announced that we're having technicals?
Good afternoon. We're having some tech with the internet connection.
Can't hear it. Can't hear your colleagues. Technical difficulties.
Speaker, the directors, are you able to hear me, sir?
I know all these people are taking off. How many people?
Meeting.
Orland, are you here?
I hear you. I don't know how speakers that.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, speaker.
Love, I heard my private conversation about me needing to get my medication from the hospital.
Oh.
Maybe you guys didn't hear that. I'm trying to
Were
get
you
over
sure that
to
was a hospital?
I'm when they closed. Difficulties that we have here.
I don't know what's going on there in the speaker's office. Do you guys have an ice cream over there?
Jim, is that your introductory music?
Recess.
Colleagues, can you hear me now?
Yes,
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, thank
The
you.
director's on the
Thank you.
director's on the
Sorry
line.
again. Sorry, we're Mr. Executive Director, Mrs. Orline. Sorry, we're having telecommunication problems here at the speaker's office. Server gone down. Again, we're here today to, more importantly, to restart some discussions. I know that we haven't had any formal discussions lately on veterans issues and concerns, but we're here today to not only one is to listen to an update on what the Veterans Administration is working on. Two is how you're working together with Advisory Council and other productive initiatives that you might be working on as well across the Navajo Nation. So, Mrs. Orline, again, thank you for being on today, and We thank you for listening and more importantly, having this discussion with the NABCATIC committee. Thank you, and I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to you.
On March 30th, every single one of the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration's employees were designated essential employees. Since that date, 60 days ago, each of the agency offices more or less has been open on modified working hours, but remaining closed to the public. During that time, 2 of the agency offices were the exception. We had a positive COVID case in one agency office, so that office was shut down for 14 days to allow members to self-quarantine and until the individual recovered. And I am pleased to say that that individual recovered, and we do welcome that person back to work. The other agency, they were on self-quarantine and no positive cases confirmed there. We had a third agency that was closed for several days, but all the members there went and got tested, so that office reopened early. So once again, right now, all Veterans Administration offices across all 5 agencies have been open since March 30th, and they continue to be open today. Their regular operating hours under the modified schedule are Monday through Friday, 09 to 3 o'clock. 1500. There is always somebody in the office, but like I said, it is closed to the public. So the question that's floating around is, how are we providing services to veterans that need the financial assistance? I will transition into that point. In February, the Veterans Administration successfully migrated over to using FMIS. We completed the initiative that was started in January of 2013. All 5 agencies are FMIS certified and are processing veterans' financial claims. Everything is going through FMIS to accounts payable, and they are putting checks directly into the mail. Since this transition happened right as COVID hit, we don't have an accurate time that it takes now for veterans to get their checks. But on average, the veterans are getting checks within 2 weeks. The application process, if you will, submitting electronic copies of the claims forms is only one of the methods available to being able to submit for benefits. Hard copies can be dropped off. Hard copies of the blank forms can also be picked up. Each of the agency offices has on the front door of their building pick up and drop off envelopes or folders indicate and a place for them to drop them off. The offices are bringing those boxes into the office. So after working hours, when there is no one in the building, veterans will not have an opportunity to drop off sensitive information that includes their addresses, phone numbers, social security numbers. So they do have to do that between 9 and 3, and they can do that Monday through Friday. As I mentioned, the staff does have some part of having been set opening, but we are a little bit ahead of the curve. Staff member PP now last and are able to be refilled. Part of the initiative we were working on before able to work the ability to have so there's another shutdown if another they will be built to take patients home and still be able to do sense of the list still so here we're still located minister of $1 million to be here in 2 buildings for us. I am pleased to say we've been able to turn that $1 million into 2 buildings. Majority of the cost of the insurance under risk management, and that building that is being rebuilt and will be used by the remainder of the $1 million, the lion's share, if you will, is going into renovating the former Navajo Westerners in Say Benito. That building is nearing completion of its renovation July weekend. So maintaining social distancing, we'll be having a barbecue, showing off the building, and inviting everyone to check out our new facility. When it comes to communications within the facility, we have been having difficulties with Frontier Communications. We have been working with NNTU on a work order to transfer telephones from our demolished building into the building we are currently occupying for the last 2 months. They are very well aware of the fact that we have no telephone lines in this building, and our only communications with the outside world is through email. When we start talking about online capabilities, the NNVA webpage has just recently undergone an overhaul. It is a work in progress, but it is now displaying more current information and relevant information for veterans than it had been in the past. And we have been putting the word out there and encouraging people to troubleshoot our website for us, point out errors, and we do not control the website directly. So any errors that we find, updates that we need to make, those changes need to be routed through Navajo DIT. And that does take some time, but they are fairly prompt in being able to provide some of those updates for us. So I already started talking briefly about the trust fund payments. I did mention that we have successfully migrated over to FMIS to speed up that process. Part of the trust fund process itself is the governing policy. And this has been a continual discussion since I came on board in July of last year on what does that policy want to look like. And there were variations. People will call them one thing or another. And the point is we don't have a finished product. And some of the advisory council members about 2-3 weeks ago made recommendations. They don't want changes. Others said we want to see sweeping changes. So it's one of those situations where we are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I'll be the rock and the hard place. Where changes need to be made, but those changes need to be able to be supported by the funding that drives the program. When we start talking about the funding driving the program, I am going to refer to the Veterans Trust Fund initial legislation, CJY 4698. The purpose of that trust fund to provide funding for veterans programs, projects, and services or activities. And that's key, because a lot of people don't pay attention to that, which may include, but are not limited to, program and project development, community and economic development, housing, training, and employment opportunities, leveraging or matching funds for exemplary projects, protection and advocacy services, financial assistance of benefits and services, education and scholarship, and survivors' benefits for the surviving spouses of deceased veterans. The trust fund is meant to do a lot for our veterans. Right now, the only thing that it does, aside from housing, is the financial assistance program. That's it. When we talk about what kind of support does that provide, this current fiscal year, if I'm remembering my numbers correctly, was $4.6 million to help all of our veterans, surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers. When we break down the actual numbers that we have on file across all 5 agencies that include the surviving spouses and Gold Star mothers, the number we arrived at was 11,159 eligible individuals. When you divide that number into your 4.6 million, that averages out to $439, give or take, per eligible individual. And we start looking at this trust fund financial assistance policy that has line items that provide $300 twice a year, $700 once a year, $250 once a year, meeting stipends, grant opportunities, and that money disappears very fast. A problem that we have encountered in the past is being able to make sure that everyone has equal opportunity to receive benefits under that program. And the distribution method that has been used in the past has been the driving problem for that. Using the standard 50-50 method that the Navajo Nation uses for distribution of general funds is the same process that was being used for trust funds. And by Navajo Nation law, that formula is not required to be used. The law actually states that it may be distributed based on a formula as designated by the NNVA. So moving forward, what we hope to be able to do is more equally distribute those funds across the agencies so that every veteran has the ability to get access to those funds. So when they need that assistance, it is actually available to them instead of saying their chapter ran out of money in the first 3 or 4 months of the fiscal year. Moving on to the housing program. This one is near and dear to my heart. Near and dear to the president's and report this morning. It is safe to say it's near and dear to everyone else. The housing program itself was under an audit from the Auditor General's office, who produced a report that was accepted titled BFAU 24-17. This report basically states that the Veterans Administration was not building housing up to equitable standards, that the homes that were produced were not safe and were not in livable condition. And one of the audit corrective action items was that the Veterans Administration was required to be able to fix those homes before moving on with the program. We still need to have about half of the homes assessed in their condition. When the Auditor General's office performed their report, they provided us a copy. So we have a report for about half of the homes, and we know the work that needs to be done to bring them up to speed. The housing program policy that governs how applicants can be qualified for the program did go under a revision by myself and the advisory council in November. The advisory council asked for a lot of changes within the policy, and 100% of those changes were incorporated, sent to DOJ for review, okayed by DOJ, and then sent back to Office of Legislative Services for legislation to be dropped. That legislation is being sponsored by Honorable Delegate Holona. The original housing program legislation itself, CS 4813, is providing, under current day conditions, a major factor that is interfering with to build homes. That offers north of $64,000 for the cost of the construction of one home. Under today's market cost, average costs are between $80 and $100 per square foot. And at $64,000, you're going to get a 640 square foot home or smaller. And that money that was authorized was to include material and labor. The legislation was also limiting what material could be purchased. We could build the physical home, we could include the foundation, we could plumb and wire the house, but we were not permitted to connect the homes to utilities. So while the home is done and the keys were turned over to veterans, they couldn't really use the home the way that it was built. They had no running water, they did not have power. So we'll fast forward and divert for a second and talk about Light Up Navajo. Mr. Speaker, I know you said that program is on hold, but before it was on hold, we took every home that was under the program that had not been hooked up with power and referred those applicants to the Light Up Navajo project. And NTUA scrutinized the list. They determined based on locations, proximity to existing power lines, and whether or not they were in NTUA's jurisdiction, if they had existing valid home site leases, and a slew of other criteria, and they whittled our list down. So while we may have submitted close to 60 names, I think, in the first go-around, it quickly dropped to 20 names. And then as things went through where the applicants were required to fill out some paperwork from NTUA, some of them failed to do that, and the list dwindled even further. And then we also had word go out to the veteran population that if their home was not built by the Veterans Administration, they could still qualify for Light Up Navajo, but they would have to reach out to their district office, to complete their applications. According to NTUA, the final list that we had for applicants under the Light Up Navajo Phase 2 was about 15. So when our veterans say they don't have access to power and they didn't reach out under Light Up Navajo, there wasn't really anything we can do about that. Getting back to the housing program, so we have the policy for the program is ready to be dropped for a 5-day comment period. The legislative fixes to allow what the money can be spent on is also being sponsored by Delegate Holona. That legislation is back at Legislative Services as well, and waiting for that to be dropped for 5-day comment period. Once those legislations are done, either independently or if the policy happens first, we are able to take the a veteran use only road or a veteran use only water line. And it complicates the situation and makes people frustrated trying to communicate how that program should actually be used. When we do talk about CARES Act and how can it benefit the Veterans Administration, some of us have heard about the initiative of the housing manufacturing plants. We are trying to build several pre-manufactured housing facilities across Navajo. The CARES Act hopefully will provide a line of accounting to be able to fund construction of those facilities. And that was an initiative that I was working on prior to coming over to the Veterans Administration. And now that I'm here under the Veterans Administration, it's giving the veterans and staff a unique opportunity. When the buildings are being designed and being placed in certain areas, we can transfer easily Veterans Administration personnel into these new buildings. We can make provisions within the building to create spaces for veterans to come and do certain things, have access to computers. They can do distance learning. They can fill out financial assistance applications online, be able to do research, whatever they want to be able to do with those computers. We would have the room to set things up like that and make that available to the veteran population. So the intent of these housing facilities, if they are managed by the Veterans Administration's housing program and still owned by the Navajo Nation, we find ourselves in a unique ability. When we start contracting out, we can fulfill one of our main tenets, providing for preference of veterans in employment and contracting opportunities, preference in business. So we can make sure that we have contract provisions in the RFPs that the companies must be veteran owned in addition to being Navajo owned. And if they are not veteran owned, they must have a veteran hiring preference and document their efforts to be able to recruit the appropriate workforce. The workforce ties directly into what was approved in the original housing legislation. When you take a look at what the carpenters make, they're making just over $12 an hour being paid by the Navajo Nation. Off Navajo, that same carpenter, as an entry-level position possessing basic skills, would be making more than $20 an hour. $20 an hour, almost twice as much as what we would be paying them as a Navajo Nation employee. When we start putting a veteran into that position, we are putting those dollars into that veteran's hands, into that veteran's family's bank account, and starting to lift them up and out of poverty. When we start building these homes in these facilities, it's a climate-controlled facility, so construction on homes can happen year-round. We don't have to worry about what is the site condition right now. Is it snowing for me to be able to start doing the drywall on the inside, tape, texture, and finish. We don't have to worry about whether or not that's cold because everything is being done inside the pre-manufactured facilities. It's going to speed up our construction time. We're going to start churning out homes quickly, and then everybody's going to ask, when are we going to do that? Like I said at the beginning of my report, the building that the Veterans Administration is moving to in Say Benito is the proof of concept of these larger housing manufacturing facilities. It's big enough to build one of our new 5-bedroom floor plan homes and then ship it out to site. We can build two 2-bedroom homes at the same time inside that building. So once the building is done and we have finalized construction drawings, we can start building homes while we're waiting on legislation to be approved to be able to screen applicants. And once the applicants are screened, we can make sure that our building inventory is matching the demand. If a family is qualified for a 3-bedroom home, we can make sure we're building a 3-bedroom home. If they're qualified for a 2 or a 5, we can build what we need to be building. But the point is we're starting to build. And then when the legislative fix for 4813 is approved, then we can actually start putting these homes on site and connecting them to utilities. We can have the 100% turnkey home ready for our veterans. When we say, here's your home, here's your key, They don't have to do anything else. It is 100% ready for them to go. The only thing they would have to do would transfer utilities to their name. We don't have any provisions, and we definitely don't have the budget to continue paying for them all year round, although that would be nice. So if we do manage to find UUFB or some additional funds from somewhere that would allow free utilities for veterans, I am in support of that. When we start talking about updates on information, my office does what it can to be able to put information out. I try to get information out to everyone who asks for information as it comes in. I would like to be able to rely on the advisory council to be able to say, yes, this is the process. Here's what's available. My staff does what they can. They can reach some veterans, but as we all do know, and as has been reported, not everybody has either a telephone or access to online mediums. And we do not have the manpower to be able to try and reach every veteran individually. So we rely on the advisory council. We rely on the CVO commanders. We rely on the veterans that we know and pass word to keep passing that word. Like I said, we just do not have the ability to reach out to everyone. And as I said, we have the webpage, it's updated, but as things continue to change, by the time we get one update posted on the website, it may have changed, and now we're waiting on a new update. And if we had the technical capacity and the time to be able to maintain our own webpage, then things could be maintained there in real time. Instead of saying this process is good up until this time frame, and then that window has come and gone before it actually appears on the webpage, then it's putting out confusing information, and we're really trying to avoid doing that. Let's see, I've been getting questions lately from some council delegates, and I appreciate those questions. If I have not been able to respond to you via email, I do apologize. I am just over 1,000 unread emails, and I am clawing and digging my way up and trying to respond to everybody that I can. But I do welcome every and any delegate to email me, to call me with any questions at any time, and I will respond. I will forward relevant documentation. And as part of that process, as you advocate for the veterans within your chapters, that's the same situation that I find myself in when people are advocating for other chapters. You as council delegates and the advisory council members as representatives from their agencies, you each have your own area within Navajo that you advocate for. When it comes to trying to help veterans, I am the consolidation point. I listen to what everybody is suggesting. The veterans who reach out to me directly because they don't want to go through their advisory council, the different opinions of the advisory council, the thoughts and opinions of council, thoughts and opinions of others in the executive branch, and yes, of course, the thoughts and opinions of DOJ. DOJ can correct me if I'm wrong, but they like to say our purpose is to make sure we keep you out of trouble. That you don't take a course of action that could be construed against the law. So yes, it is their opinion, but it is their opinion that they will be backing when I implement their recommendation, that if something has to go to court. If I don't take their recommendation and they come back and say, I told you so, I make their job a little bit more difficult when something goes through litigation. So yes, it is only their opinion, as is everything else that I get. It is individuals' opinions. And based on all the opinions and the information that I'm given, whether it be subjective or hard fact, I find myself in a position where I have to make a decision. And any decision I make will upset about half of the veterans population. We can say, here's what we're going forward with the housing program. The advisory council recommended that it only be for veterans, that it not be open for surviving spouses or Gold Star mothers. Okay, we make that recommendation. We move forward with that policy. Well, now we have just upset every Gold Star mother and every surviving spouse because they will not qualify for a new home. And that burden falls on me. I get that. if it was in our financial capacity right now to make it available to everybody, then I would have disregarded that recommendation and said, no, we will open this program for everyone. And in the future, we may find ourselves with an abundance of funding, and we can always rewrite the policy. We can make the amendments and change it. So maybe this first year, maybe the first and second year is for veterans only. And then as the veteran population has homes, well, now we still have program funding, and we open it up again to the Gold Star mothers and the surviving spouses. Everything needs to be done progressively. We can try and do major changes right now, and we're encountering problems with that. We need to pick a course of action and start moving. The Veterans Administration, since its creation, has not had a permanent director. I'm not sure if I'm the one that's been here the longest now, but since July, that puts me here for 11 months. So I'm getting up there. There may be one who may have been here a little bit longer since the inception of the Veterans Act. So things are going to change. Some changes are for the bad, some changes are for the better. It's a process. We work through it. But the point is, we are moving, and that's what we need to be doing. When we start talking about meeting stipends, what the Navajo Nation law says is what I will always abide. When we make a law that says certain groups will be eligible for telecommunicating stipends, then that's what I will pay out. But exactly as it was mentioned, when I have a legal opinion that is rendered that says, yeah, teleconference right now is not authorized, I would be in violation of the law, in the opinion of DOJ, to pay out on those types of meetings. Like I said, I don't have a problem if the law allows it. As long as the law says I can do it, I will do it. When we start looking at how things can be interpreted for veterans, I try to err on the side of the veteran. If it can be interpreted one way or another, if there's wiggle room that can favor the veteran, I try to go that way. So when things are written very vague, it makes it difficult. But if I can find that wiggle room that helps the veteran get additional funding, I am in support of that. When we start talking about the $1,000 financial assistance payment, I am in support of a $1,000 one-time financial assistance payment to veterans. I am opposed to taking it out of the housing program. If UUFB could be used to provide that funding, I would be in support of that. Because in my opinion, housing for our veterans is more important. But as been made very clear by several individuals, yes, that is my opinion. The advisory council would like the housing program funds to fund the program. Okay, I'm accepting their recommendation. We are moving that through the system. I was asked for an update on where that is going through the process. The documentation has been sent over to OMB for their review of the supporting financial documentation. It was sent over there 2 weeks ago. I was just handed a memo that said I should be getting a response by the end of the day today. So if Delegate Stewart is on the phone, once I get that, I will email that back over to you with the copies of the supporting documentation so the legislation can continue moving forward. Regarding this legislation, one problem that the Veterans Administration is running into, the veteran population at large is calling each of the 5 agency offices asking for the applications for this funding. And we all know the funding isn't there yet. We have a plan, but the legislation hasn't even been dropped, let alone been approved to allow us to start putting out this funding. And so there's frustration on the veterans side because they don't like the answers that the administration is giving them. I can't give out an application to a program that doesn't exist yet. It puts me in a difficult spot. When we start talking about whether or not the president's office is involved in this, the president did specifically state it is the veterans' money. If that's what they want to do with it, that is their choice. I'm not putting words in the president's mouth, and I do not speak for the president. I'm not saying he will veto. I'm not saying he will not veto. But right now, everything looks like it's thumbs up. I'm processing the documentation, as is my responsibility as the director. I have voiced my opinion. A large portion of the veterans population agrees. The remainder does not agree. And when the legislation goes through 5-day comment period, everybody will have their opportunity to be able to voice their opinion on it. And if it gets approved, it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, it doesn't get approved. And we go back to square one, we find an alternate funding source or a different idea. And then we just move that through the system. As far as my opinion on having oversight changed from HES, I think the delegates who are assigned to HES are very capable and competent to providing oversight on veterans issues. But again, council changes the law, I abide by the law. I personally do not have a problem with HES providing oversight. I have open dialogue with most of the delegates on the oversight committee and provide them information to be able to make informed decisions. And if they make a decision to accept a certain policy or plan of operation, that is their decision to make. And I abide by those decisions. When it comes down to this information transparency, if we all remember what our roles are specifically, according to the law, when we talk about plans of operation, we talk about the Veterans Act. When individuals have the purpose to provide policy advice on veterans issues and concerns, that is a role. When the law says this is the membership of a certain committee, we all need to remember that it's not a 10-member advisory council, it's an 11-member advisory council. A lot of individuals forget that the executive director is a part of the advisory council. When we talk on plans of operation, we start to see a little bit more in the purpose. We provide recommendations to the president, vice president, and director on policies and procedures of the VA to advocate on behalf of all Navajo Nation veterans, qualified surviving spouses, and Gold Star mothers with quality, transparent, and consistent service. Consistent service. The same service to every veteran. Not the ones we like, not forsaking the ones that we've had a disagreement, not the ones that are from a different family. To every veteran. And it happens. I have heard people say, my opinion never goes anywhere. The advisory council member never listens to me. My CVO never listens to me. And is one of the great benefits of the way the Navajo Nation does business. Everybody's email is open to the public. Our phone numbers are available for them to call. So the veteran population, when they feel they're not being heard by one individual or another, have an alternative avenue to be able to advocate on their own. If I'm being pig-headed, they can go around me through the advisory council, to the president, to you as delegates. If somebody else is being the rock, they can go to me, and they do that frequently. And I assess at face value all of the information that I get to arrive at a decision that will allow us to provide quality, transparent, and consistent service. At this time, I think I will conclude my report, and thank you, Speaker, for the time, and be very eager to answer any questions or address any concerns. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Soline, for that presentation. Colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue. Well, let me just, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. All right, so is there any comments, question? Madam Chair, Honorable Alona, questions? Honorable Alona? Is that you?
No, Speaker, I didn't have any questions right now.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Speaker. Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Madam Chair. Charles Newman, the floor is yours.
Speaker, thank you. And Mr. Zwerlein, thank you for the presentation today. You did actually clear up a lot of the questions that I had. And thank you for calling me yesterday in preparation of this meeting. I know that when I email you, you're usually really quick to respond. Unfortunately, during this time with the COVID-19, the response has been just a little bit slow, but you still managed to respond to the questions that I've had. We heard a presentation earlier about somebody in your office not being FMIS certified, I guess trained. Can you tell us why that is the case? Because my understanding is there were some directors who were let go of for that purpose. I want to know when you sent out notification of all directors having to be FMIS certified or trained, and where we are at in the process, 1. 2 is I also would like to know how many veterans are signed up on the Navajo Nation. And I say signed up because I know several veterans, some of my family, in fact, who are not signed up with the Veterans Office. So I'm assuming that there's probably a lot of veterans, Navajo veterans, who are out there who are not signed up through your office. But with the information currently in your office, how many veterans are signed up? How many Gold Star mothers are there? And then surviving spouse. And the reason I asked this question is because you stated in your presentation about how much money would have to be going out to these, to our veterans, to our Gold Star mothers, and then also our surviving spouse. And you kind of cut out a little bit at that part, but I thought I heard $440 or $460. And how did you get that amount? And then as far as communicating with the veterans, how exactly are you communicating with the veterans out there? Because it seems to me that right now executive branch is sending out information via radio announcements, and then also doing live streaming on Facebook. And they, seem to be kind of saying that this is the way that executive branch would be communicating. So I'm wondering why we haven't taken advantage of that. And then last, as far as the veterans' homes, how many veteran homes have been built in the last, I want to say maybe in the last 2 years? What is what is the wait list look like for veterans? How many are currently wanting or needing homes right now? And I do appreciate you sharing the information of what the hiccup is as far as providing homes to veterans. But is there anything else that is a hindrance at this point that legislative branch can assist with to move the process forward, and more importantly, to be able to provide veterans homes? Because here in, I'm going to advocate for my Shiprock veterans, and I'm going to say that we have not had a Shiprock veterans home for quite some time. And I would like to at least see, I think I sent an email to you at one time, and I said, even if we could see at a minimum, 2 homes for Shiprock veterans, that would be a great start, because we are one of the largest groups here on the Navajo Nation, and I haven't seen much assistance being offered to the veterans at this time here in the Shiprock agency, or even in Shiprock as a whole. So if you could provide me that information, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Zwerlein, let me go to Honorable Keon Begay next, and then I'll come back to you and can address both of their questions. Honorable Keon Begay?
Speaker.
Go ahead.
Okay. Piate, shikeno senigito, arakudo, shikali, daismasta kito, shitna, hashinela, daismasta, shikiel ge junior, deda kahlanda, isiki nasha. Dikudo, sabaso, bayel kito, banat, ako, disin, hol, shitati, akuta, o bayel kito. So as of today, and so many years, and I'm sure I'm part of the problem probably as being the legislature, that all we do is talk about it and discuss and provide update. So we really don't have anything and effective progress at the local level. I mean, that's in my opinion. So people may disagree with me, which is okay. But I have been going. You will be the third, maybe the sixth or the seventh veteran administrators to be dealing with. So we do say that we have 10,000 veterans on the Navajo Nation. More are serving. So my main question to Mr. Swerline is that you pose a question to me in private, but I'd like to put that out in public, asking why I think the Veterans Program is essential. So that's one area that I maybe your response probably have, make that response back to the veterans, why the program was closed and that it wasn't as an essential program. Right at the beginning when the offices were being closed due to the emergency declaration. That's one. Now, as an advisory committee, you've indicated that you are part of the decision making, which is okay, I guess. But how many times? What is the regular scheduled meeting of the veteran advisory? Could you provide documentation specifically what were being discussed, what were being proposed, and part of those actions on behalf of the Navajo veterans? So I like to request for documents of all those meetings that were held by the Veteran Advisory with the participation by the Veterans Administration. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for those documents. Local chapter, Veterans Organization. That's one area I continue to advocate, representing 5 chapters from the Chinle Agency. They submit resolutions, they submit requests, but usually it doesn't go anywhere. So making conversation or contact with other delegates, I would request the same, that I'll be afforded that particular phone calls to me as well, to get provide information directly back to the local veterans organization. The other area, you talk about housing. As you know, you said you go by the law and you follow by the law. The Navajo Nation Council passed a resolution signed by the president creating a veterans housing program. That's a policy to law by now. So I'd like to know how far that is being. And the specific reason is that office
have specific specialized individual programs for veterans. We may be an administrators, but that doesn't mean we do everything on our own. Just like the 5 chapters that I represent. We have local chapter officials and veterans do their own decision making, but they provide information and advocacy to me to advocate on behalf of them at the Windrup level. So I believe that's one area I see the administration really needs to do is hire a finance effective individual, specifically veteran service officer at each of the agency, not just one, not just 2, but maybe 3. We talk about 10,000 veterans here. So that's the one area that my main reason that you know this, and we met once or twice in Washington on this particular issue, requesting for direct service for the Navajo Nation. So having 3 states and working with 3 veterans, state veterans office and regional federal veterans office, how are we coordinating with each of the, we have people that lives on the Utah side, the New Mexico, and the state of Arizona. How are we coordinating in getting the benefit that our veterans are entitled to, having served in the military? And I know I go through some of these, I'm capable of doing that on my own as a veteran, but there's a lot of veterans are not able to do that on their own. So that's why the Navajo Nation had sponsored several productive campaigns several years ago. Some of our veterans were given the green light to get benefits right on the spot, where they were waiting for 10 years, trying to go through the Navajo Nation. So those are some areas and programs that I'm pushing at the federal level. And you probably saw my letter to all the U.S. state U.S. senators and the House of Representatives that represents the Navajo Nation, and asking them directly, could you please pick this up and champion to say that there should be a direct Veterans Administration on the Navajo Nation? So that's one area I believe that you as an administrator should be focusing on. I believe that, and I need that, and we need that. The Navajo Nation needs that. And advocacy at the state and federal level. So that way we do have services for our veterans on the Navajo Nation. So that's another area that I like for an update report. NHA, and again, you're saying that it will cost a lot to build homes for veterans, but NHA is an enterprise, and then you got HIP, housing and improvement programs, and so on. We have a lot of resources that are available and ready to work. Why can't the Veterans Administration reach out to these individuals or programs and ask for assistance to build these housing across the Navajo Nation? So that's another recommendation, because we have a new executive director, and of course we're being told that they don't have an NHA board. All 3 or 4 of them are vacant. So that's another problem. So that's one area that I want to ask for your reaching out to the enterprise to see if they could be able to help build homes for our veterans. So those are the main areas, Shananta, Mr. Speaker. Ado Shananta, that is not signed, ado staff, I don't know how many veteran advisory committee, no Siniki, that is not Kishinda, Sekoto, Bahanana, Sitole. And then you know that I tried, the council tried.
Go ahead. What did you want to talk about?
So, I don't see somebody wants to speak, but I'll go ahead and I'll ask more question at the end of if the rest of the council not see a speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, and individuals who are just listening in, jumping online, we're discussing some Navajo Nation veterans issues with Executive Director Mr. James Horline, who is the lead Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration at this time. I do have Madam Chair Charles Newton and Honorable Keon McGee who have asked questions to Mr. Zorline. So let me go ahead and turn the floor back to Mr. Zorline, and then we'll go ahead and open it for discussion again. Yeah.
Right now, one legislation, then there's another one that's going through. The one legislation is for Chinle Nursing Home, and that's $1.3 million, and that's based on the budget, the Form 1, Form.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer the first questions from Honorable Delegate Charles Newton, the number of homes built in the last 2 years is 0. The number of homes built in the last 3 years is 0. When the Auditor General's program audited the housing program, construction had stopped, and that was in 2017. So since then, because the corrective actions within the Auditor General's report have not been implemented, construction has not restarted. With the number of pending applications, I was given a list last night by name, and I have reason to doubt that this list is comprehensive. Based on conversations with members from the Advisory Council and individual CBOs, these numbers are exceptionally low. But this list shows 20 veterans from Shiprock, 24 from Western Agency, 17 from Chinle, 24 from Eastern, and 22 from Fort Defiance as being identified as homeless applicants. I cannot say right now that this list is only homeless veterans. But listening to some of the agencies talk, they have hundreds of veterans saying they have a housing application in the system. So that means I need to sit down with my housing folks and find out why they say this application list is containing just over 100 names instead of having several hundred names. Given this number, based on the plan that we're moving forward to be able to restart housing, we should be able to build every single one of these homes in the next year and a half. And I don't like promising timelines like that, but in an ideal world, with this number of homes and our capacity to build, 18 months is a realistic goal. It just depends on when we can actually start. We had another question about FMIS memos. The remarks that I heard were referring to somebody who was not FMIS certified that was not part of the Veterans Administration. Everyone who currently works for the Veterans Administration in a VSO position, an account maintenance specialist position, and a few other random positions that process veterans financial assistance claims are FMIS certified. We have some office assistants that do not require access to FMIS, but they are completing the training on their own initiative so that they can be a more versatile tool to the administration and be able to fill in shortfalls. You had asked a question about breaking up the numbers by how many Gold Star mothers, surviving spouses, and veterans. We can give you a best guess number, but the comprehensive database that I have is about 3 years old, and that listed just over 11,000 individuals. So I can see if that database contained that information broken out in that fashion, and I can email you the response to that question if that would be acceptable. You asked how I arrived at the conclusion of the $439 based on the numbers that the Office of Management and Budget provides at the beginning of the fiscal year for how much the financial assistance program would get for the coming fiscal year. I divided that number by that 11,159 veterans that we had in the database, which was derived from staff going through veterans' file drawers and counting one by one, all 1,000, all 1,200, all however many they had for that agency, and coming to that number. So just the simple math just shows where the average is. And we do know that not every veteran applies for the financial assistance. So that increases the $439 very little. For every one veteran that doesn't ask for assistance, that average goes up like 25 cents. When we start talking about being able to provide more financial assistance in the amount of dollars for assistance requests, I did mention that the policy allows 2 times at 300. That's for 2 different line items, and 1 time for 700. And it's got a few other line items in there, but I want to just stick with those for a second. You have $600 total twice, plus $700. That's going to give you $1,900 that one veteran would be eligible to apply for financial assistance in one fiscal year. $1,900 that they can apply for, when the average available is $439. So for every one veteran that gets assisted with the full $1,900, there are 4 more veterans who will not have funding available to get any assistance. That's how the math works out. It's a numbers game where we don't have enough money to help as many people with as much as we would like. Ideally, I'd like to be able to give every veteran $10,000 a year. I think a veteran would say, yeah, it's a bad idea, but where does that money come from? It's all about where does it come from. When we start talking on information dissemination, I'm going to have to say I forgot exactly what your question was on that one, so when I conclude here, I'll allow you to ask that question again. You asked about VSO and services they can provide. Right before COVID hit, we had all 5 VSOs scheduled to go to recertification and accreditation training. To be a veteran services officer and to be able to process assistances for claims for federal VA, a VSO does have to be accredited. And the state of New Mexico was picking up the training for that, and the training was for national accreditation, so there was not going to be any issues about jurisdictions of, is this VSO doing work in Utah, or are they based in Arizona or New Mexico? It wouldn't matter. And that ties into a question that Honorable Keon Begay asked. We have 5 VSOs already within the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, 1 per agency. So it's not one VSO trying to handle the workload for 10,000 veterans. It's 5 VSOs handling the workload for, on average, less than 2,000 veterans. There was a comment about local level CVO meetings. There has been a lot of discussion that I've heard on the CVOs and their authorities. One thing that we tried to do on the administration side to clear up a lot of the muckety-muck in trying to get a veteran financial assistance is removing a requirement for them to go to a CVO meeting from the policy. When the CVO meetings happen, if the veteran needs assistance at the beginning of the month and the meeting isn't scheduled until the end of the month, they have to wait 30 days. And we all know that that wait doesn't do anybody any good. Then we had to wait for meeting minutes to be processed and sent to the agency office. Again, some chapters were great on getting those turned in, others not so much. So that veteran is being punished because the secretary wasn't turning in meeting minutes in a timely fashion. Then once all that documentation was compiled, there to include a copy of meeting minutes, sign-in sheet, or agenda with the veterans assistance request, it would automatically be rejected by accounts payable. So we took out all that requirement. Now all the veteran has to do is the Form 101 and a Form W-9, and we automatically put it right into FMIS, and accounts payable processes it to mail it out. I think it's almost as simple as we can make it. The only way that it can be sped up any further is if the veteran population applies for direct deposit. Then once accounts payable processes the request, the money is being wired directly to the veteran bank account instead of a check being cut and then being mailed. Question was asked, why was NNVA non-essential? All of the division directors were given the authority to determine who was essential or non-essential within their division. That at the onset to make the NNVA non-essential was my decision. It was not a decision made by the president. Based on all of the information that I had available to me, based on all of the COVID meetings, this was a Navajo Nation-wide public health emergency. This wasn't an emergency that was specifically going after veterans or specifically after a certain group of people. It was something that was impacting everybody equally. And so I made a judgment call. And is the fact that I'm human, it was a mistake. And so it was one that was easily rectified when it was brought to my attention, as I mentioned, by delegates and by veterans, that the Veterans Administration should be essential. Then the decision was made by me, roger that, will be essential. And I notified my staff and brought them all back to work. As being essential employees, that did create some complications for some staff. And this doesn't only apply to the Veterans Administration, it's applying to the other divisions as well. Employees of the Navajo Nation are afraid to come back to work, regardless of the safeguards that the directors are putting into place, the council is putting in place, that the judicial branch is putting into place. Employees do not feel safe. And it's hard to deal with that by simply saying, well, you're an essential employee, suck it up, get back to work. Well, that would be my default. I acknowledge I cannot do that. I cannot tell them, tough, just get back to work. So we are working with the employees to make sure that they feel safe, to be able to return to work, and to be able to continue to provide services to our veterans. And I don't know if personnel will ever publish a report, but part of the PAF clearance process, all those PAFs come through the Veterans Administration to be cleared before an employee is officially separated from the Navajo Nation. And according to my staff who process those PAFs, we are getting a lot of employees who are resigning from the Navajo Nation during this emergency. And the Veterans Administration is not immune to that. When we start talking numbers and percentages to say, yeah, 2 staff members, that's it, we're not doing too bad. But you convert that into a percentage, 2 staff members of our 25 total, that's 8%. If we lose 1 more staff member to a resignation, we have lost 12% of our workforce. Each agency office is supposed to have 3 staff members right now. When we lose 1, they're down to 66% manning power. If it is a key position like an AMS or a VSO that leaves, then that cripples that agency. But fortunately, under the way that things are done with FMIS, in the absence of one of those positions, one of the other agency's staff, in theory, can pick up the workload. And since things are slow during COVID, we don't really see that much of an impact. But if COVID was not occurring, that if we get back to normal operations, and we're coming up on the beginning of another fiscal year here in short order, if I don't have a VSO and an AMS at an agency office, whoever's trying to pick up that workload for that agency is going to be swamped, and it will cause delays in the process. So I think every NNVA employee to do our job is essential to the process, but in the grand scheme of things, I originally did not consider the VA to be an essential service. Everything that was being provided to the Navajo people was being provided to all of the Navajo people, to include veterans. Question was asked on documentation from meeting minutes. I also would like to see the meeting minutes. I could be mistaken, but I don't think since July either of the secretaries at the advisory council have sent me a copy of the meeting minutes. I may have gotten one copy, so I don't have those. We would have to ask the advisory council secretary to produce a copy of those documents. And I would have no problem with those being issued. Resolutions coming out of the chapter veterans organizations. Without a specific resolution to reference, I can only talk in general terms. For any given situation, for any given circumstance, for any given idea, there are 109 different CVOs, because last check, one chapter in Western Agency did not have a CVO, but they were working on standing one up, last I heard. Can submit a resolution on any given topic. So if those resolutions are coming over here to my office, I'm getting 110 different opinions on the same thing. And if those resolutions are going to the advisory council, hopefully the advisory council members for the agency are being equal-handed in the representation of all those resolutions and moving it forward. And then when it comes to an advisory council member, let's assume, for discussion's sake, that the 20 years of Fort Defiance were all on hand. Is a great and stay as and not the and sometimes resolving and it's not necessarily asking for presentation from honorable delegates, that'll conclude my response to these questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Zola. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the top. Go ahead, Elmer. Elmer Begay.
Speaker, are we still on the veterans? Okay. Are we still on veterans?
Elmer Begay, we're on veterans. This is Executive Director Jim Zorline.
Yeah, okay.
Who's giving an update right now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that, Jeff, because this is Elmer Begay. And my question, this morning I talked about the person by the late Samuel Lester Jr. Senior. I mean, he was a World War II veteran, and he died from COVID-19. And right now, the house that they're living in, there's still 3 people that are they're still they've been isolated now. I think they've been quarantined in that same house. So it's really hard to go over there and to really conversate with them. And I don't know what kind of assistance that they got, because it's really hard, the family members to start going around for any kind of service. So get in touch with them to start if there's any paperwork that they need to do. I know that social service, I don't know how much they can assist, but speak of them, is there any special revenue that's for a veteran that died from COVID-19? I think that's one thing that I think is there any special way to assist them? It's very hard to even to go over there or start to be exposed to that. The people are scared to be there, and even after the home, is there any assistance that can provide to this? He's elderly. He's 102 years old, so the elderly they're still there. It's more vulnerable too, and they have kids, grandkids that are there. So how much assistance can they get? I mean, just to clean the house, or what can be done? That's very hard. And I understand that he was a Purple Heart recipient. So I'm not sure if there's any people on him at the Office of Veterans Office. That's my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Referring to the Speaker's office. As of right now, we have not received any kind of formal presentation from the Veterans Advisory Council, nor from the Veterans Administration, Honorable Elmer Begay, and maybe Mr. Zorline can express or expand on that. I don't know if you guys will be submitting something to the Navajo Nation Council on behalf of the veterans for them to go ahead and have some kind of plan in place, or roadmap, or any kind of possible proposal for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, or for the Navajo Nation veterans themselves. So I guess I would turn that question back over to the Veterans Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So available to veterans, more specifically to the family of veterans who have passed, whether it's COVID related or not, the social services program does offer $2,500. the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration offers $500. The Veterans Administration funding is general fund funded. That's where we get the money for on that program. There is some documentation requirements according to the program policies. There has been a recent revision on that program, but it has not been approved yet. The basic guidelines of the program stated that you had to be Navajo, had to be in possession of a DD 214. And originally, the interpretation was had to be registered with the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. But when I came on last year and we started having a few veteran deaths, we did get an opinion from the Attorney General herself, and I think Honorable Keala McGay was there for that conversation, that we did not have to require them to be registered with the Veterans Administration prior to their passing, because the goal is to be able to honorably bury our veterans. And to put that undue burden on there, saying, well, I'm sorry, I can't provide you assistance because your loved one didn't see fit to register with our office, that was an unacceptable answer. So we just started moving forward that if we can prove Navajo, prove a veteran, we'll provide assistance. There was a discussion between myself and the advisory council that I would like to have made that program funded from the trust fund, but it is the recommendation of the advisory council that that continue to remain a general fund funded program. As such, when we run through that funding for the program halfway through the fiscal year, that puts us in a difficult position for the remainder of the year. This year, the President's Office was going to provide a supplemental funding to the Veterans Administration to continue being able to provide burial assistance. But when COVID hit, that money got reallocated to the fight for COVID. So while we do still have some program funds, we are going to be exhausting those funds soon based on the current rates. We are not I won't say adhering. We are not worrying about agency boundaries. It is money that is provided to the Veterans Administration. So if one agency exhausts all of its funds, but another agency still has funds, we will provide assistance across agencies like that. So hopefully that answers your question, sir.
Thank you.
That sounds, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Is there any other comments for Mrs. Oren?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, go ahead.
One of the questions that I guess was just now checked to me by a veteran is if the Veteran Housing Fund is used to assist veterans at this time, is it going to be one open to every single Navajo veteran, regardless of whether they live on the Navajo Nation? And then two, is that, like, if the funds are used, is the funds going to be replenished for the homes for the veterans who are on the wait list right now, too? And then is in regards to the Atlas, I believe, Mr. Zorline, this is my question, is we were on a call, I believe it was last week, with some people through the state of New Mexico, and I believe we also had some people from the Veterans Administration office talking about Atlas, which is a telemedicine type of service. They're thinking about pushing that forward to provide services to veterans here on the Navajo Nation. I know that we were supposed to have a follow-up call on that and start moving towards getting that pushed through. I want to know if you have any more information on that and how we can proceed forward to offer that service to our veterans. And then the last question that I have is, right before the COVID hit, we did get to meet with the Veterans Administration, also DOJ in Washington, D.C. to start talking about Veterans Wellness Court. And this was right around the time that the first positive case came on to Navajo. But my question is the Veterans Wellness Court. I want to know where you stand with that, and whether you see that as an option for our veterans to start taking advantage of, and how you foresee that project unfolding here on the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
For that, we'll turn that back over to Executive Director Zorline.
As for the first question, if I was understanding it correctly, will the fund be available to those who are not living on Navajo? My only answer is it depends on how the legislation is written. If there is anything that says they have to be living on Navajo, then obviously no. But if it is less generic, Navajo veteran, period, then it doesn't matter where they live. As far as whether or not the program would be refilled, that is a question that I would defer to council. Do you have something where you could refill the housing program for every penny that we take out so that that money is refilled? A area where I'm having trouble making sure that I'm communicating correctly, it was mentioned the grant from NHA. That grant is not a refill for the housing program money. It was additional money for us to build more homes. So will it still allow us to build homes for these 120 individuals on this list? Yes. But that grant application was contingent upon us being able to produce 75 homes in the first year. And if we don't have enough money in the housing program to obligate for 75 homes, that jeopardizes the grant. There may or may not be an appeal process for the grant. And if there is an appeal process when we fail to meet the obligations, then you bet your bottom dollar that we will appeal the grant and try to be able to get that money. But I think it would be smart of us to make it guaranteed money and be safe with the amount of money that we have in the housing program. So if council considers it possible to refill the housing program, I would submit then it would also be possible to find an alternative funding source to establish the $1,000 assistance program. Telehealth, Atlas. I've been in conversations with the VA Washington office on telehealth prior to the last 2 or 3 weeks. I don't recall the term of the program or the software of Atlas being mentioned, but having telehealth, telepresence here on Navajo is a conversation that I have been having with the VA Washington. A few of the veterans who I've spoken to who have tried telehealth do not like it. They say they will never accept a telehealth appointment ever again. They don't like the fact that it's impersonal. They don't like the fact that it's a different doctor every time. They don't like the fact that their story, their history, their medical history is not entered into their record. They have to retell it every time, every appointment. And it becomes frustrating to them. And it needs to be, there needs to be a mechanism for our veterans, like a hospital, where they're always seeing the same doctor, at least for a set period of time, because I know doctors move in and move out. It's the nature of the business. But telehealth is discussed in a couple of different ways. One of the ways that the Washington office and I were talking about was the ability to put hand blue existing medical facilities, whether that be IHS or 638. The veteran still has to get to that hospital to use the telehealth capacity. And that highlights another one of the problems, the transportation to be able to get to the medical facilities. But if we have these Bluetooth devices, these handheld devices, it's the video chat, it's the blood pressure and temperature machines. They started listing off a list of all kinds of different machines I've never even heard of that have Bluetooth capability now. That if we can start sending our VSOs to these chapters or another individual with this equipment to be able to provide to that veteran, if not at their home, at least at their chapter house, so they can have their appointment. That way they're not trying to make it all the way to a medical facility. When we start talking about the wellness court for veterans, I can't say that I've heard of that term, wellness court. I'm familiar with veterans courts that deal with, I hesitate to use the word disciplinary issues because I think that's the wrong way to use it. But it's like the regular courts, but just it's for veterans. They do the same thing. Punishments are handed out a little bit less stringent because it's veterans running the court, veterans lawyers, veteran judges, and they understand the stresses that the veterans have gone through. So there's been very brief discussions about trying to activate that here on Navajo. I've talked with Chief Justice Jane about that once upon a time. If it's something that I can easily look into more, then anything that helps our veterans here locally, I am in favor of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and follow back up with Honorable Keelan Begay.
Speaker, Adolfo Sinigi, again, the clarification on individual that can work on their own. My reference was why the in a way, yes, we are spending too much time trying to process a check. I mean, that's all we do in a way, but it's benefiting the veterans. Yes, I'm not saying we shouldn't, but my reason for saying that the reason why they're asking for these money is for them to go to other facilities. That's majority of the reason for the medical appointment. Now, what I'm trying to allude to is, as a veteran administrator for the Navajo Nation, there should be 110% with our support that there should be a day-to-day dialogue with the Veterans Administration at the state and federal level. So I see, as you can see, the Navajo Nation received $600 million. By the way, we're just sitting on it for the past 1 month now. Through that same CARES Act, the Veterans Administration at EC level, they received $19.6 billion, not million, but billion. And it lists various areas. Majority of it is in medical health. How are we working in getting at least, I don't know, $1 out of this $19.6 billion that's allocated for the Veterans Administration at EC level? I believe the nation should be 110% advocating, calling, and getting support from the congressional delegation that represents Navajo to really advocate to say that this is how much money that we need for our veterans specifically. I mean, this is money. Yes, you're justifying that the overall Navajo Nation are affected. Yes, but this particular funding that was set aside is for specifically for our veterans, across the United States. So how much of it can the Navajo Nation receive a portion or share of that pot of funding specifically for a veteran? So I guess my point as well is, again, you will probably have a different of my opinion, but working directly with the Veterans Administration, the Veteran Advisory Council, the Oversight Committee, which you already indicated that you're working with them, and also local veterans organization. I wasn't saying that each veterans organization at the local level is asking you to make some changes, but each of the veterans organizations, this goes back to asking for the minutes for each of the veteran meetings. So that should really define veterans organization at the chapter level. Yes, one thing to say that we want this particular type of service, but how is it that we acknowledge their resolution rather than trumping it with an oversight committee's decision or your decision or the advisory committee's decision? So my reason of advocating for the local veterans organization, and by the way, I continue to ask we should adopt their plan of operation to specifically channel their issues, their minutes, and their resolution directly informing the Navajo Nation government, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, because this particular formation is directly coming from each of the chapters veterans organization. So that's what I was alluding to. Not to say that each veteran, yes, each veterans have and will have different requests and so on, but we got to acknowledge them. So that's one of the follow-up that I wanted to ask. So as you said, I don't know what area that we need to keep certain information from the veterans, but everything that we do as elected official, as elected person, I got to relay information of what I do and what I'm doing and what I'm saying at the state level, at the chapter house, at the federal level, and where else. As elected officials, I got to report back to my community and my my local veterans organization. It may be in person. A lot of times it will be in writing. So that's my reason of asking a lot of these questions. So keeping and updating our local veterans organization is very, very important. Otherwise, if we don't, we keep them in the dark, and it seems that only the Windrush level is doing what they're doing on behalf of the local veterans. So, listen, what I wanted to say earlier, I know somebody continues to interrupt, but last time, Veteran Advisory Committee members, we do what we can, and you know that I push so much in the last term, even coming to sponsoring a legislation that the council, that the Navajo Nation Council, the last term, passed a resolution deleting the word advisory and putting commissioners in there. But on the veterans need Liniki to Hajobe Kitney Kabana Veto Ilya. So that's one area that I'm pleading with the veterans. Hajo Ashkishne Nishkukwashit and me Bohonets not oh. There's 110 veterans organization, and there's 24 of us, and then there's the Veteran President's Office. So each of the veterans organization, each of the Veterans Advisory Committee members, there's 2 from each of the agency. So we can push anything and everything, and you know this, and I've done that. But a lot of the majority of it were defeated just because that we as an agency didn't support each other. Or you order veto Italia. So quack yiki pananshin shka. His last so ki yego ani shato. So all be yego be hit the jizz ni hikote. Response anni clinici. Ni sonta. Last so be dash ni hit ni tako. That may be the case. But how are we showing that we are working together? So again, everything's in place right now. The contract's there. So how, based by policy, it said that it was supposed to be recommended by the Veteran Advisory Committee. So because dik a kodonas ne chilachit ego ko hajo. It's the last one didn't keep that did need to hajo pe skating the kahato. After that did kaso that's a pohunet zone so I'm hitishne. I'm not just saying this to the Veteran Advisory Council. I'm saying this to myself as well as a delegate. I let auto this la. Dik at need o peso betahan now. O nabikiye ko to hajo. His last so keep a deed nista. So it could o cut sa other Mr. Speaker. It offers the kisan to lagi asintry and keeping hodni. But all I'm asking is that how can we come together and vigorously advocate for our veterans, Navajo veterans across the Navajo Nation? So without Bahanana seat and list, Mr. Speaker, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan. Beginning that, let me go ahead and turn that back over to Mrs. Orland.
When it comes to the CARES Act and federal VA, I will have to reframe the conversations that I'm having with them to actually get money here to Navajo. Because it is my understanding, based on those conversations, that the CARES Act funds that are going to the VA is to improve everything for veterans. Not for non-Navajo veterans, but for all veterans. And so when we start talking about the Title 38 benefits that are being augmented by the CARES Act funding, the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration does not provide their benefits within existing NNVA offices that have that direct connectivity to the VA programs. And that is something that we're working on. When it comes to just being able to do the working together, it's like you started to say, and like I was saying before, everyone has a different opinion. And the only way that we can be successful working together is acknowledging that your idea or my idea or his idea may not get accepted. And if we advocate as best as we can for a specific idea, and understand we may be unsuccessful, then we've done what we can. When we talk specifically about using the housing program funds to fund this $1,000, I advocated against using those funds. My recommendation was not accepted, and I accept that. But that doesn't mean I have to agree with it. I'm allowed to have a difference of opinion, just like everybody else is. And an idea moves forward. That's how we all have to be. We have to understand, are we doing our best to advocate for those who we represent? Are we doing it fairly? Are we representing everyone instead of just the ones that we like? And that is where we're having a problem at the chapter level and at the agency level. Not everyone is being represented. It is okay for an advocate to represent both sides of the coin. Some of my veterans want this. Some of my veterans want that. Bring all the ideas to the table. Then we all have the discussion, because maybe other agencies are having those same agreements. It may just boil down to right now it's personality conflicts. Personality conflicts you just got to work through. But the point is, if we all remain open-minded and portray the information accurately and honestly, then everything should start working a lot better. When I'm running into the roadblocks of trying to communicate how certain things are for the last 6 months, and people refuse to understand certain aspects of programs, it's like beating my head against a brick wall. At some point, you're either going to stop trying to explain, or they will suddenly have the aha moment, and everything will align into place. It's education, it's communications, and it's egos aside. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Soran. Now, colleagues, any further comments, questions? If there are none, thank you very much, Mr. Zorlang. And again, we look forward to having further discussions. It seems like there's some recommendation that we'll be looking forward to possibly having a future discussions, and most importantly, those follow-ups might happen possibly every 2 weeks in collaboration with the NAPCA committee's regular meetings. And we invite you to those meetings and trying to see what we can do to better address some of these issues that have been, stalled, particularly like the housing issue. What we need to do to start working with not only other agencies within the Navajo Nation, but also our federal partners too as well. If that's any indication, working together with our finance office, working together with the controller's office, seems like there's a direction that still needs to be outlaid. And possible, I know that your recommendation is clearly different from some of the recommendations that's coming from the Navajo Nation Advisory Board, Veterans Advisory Board, but just to note that working on both ends, that we can still come to some kind of compromise at the end of the day in order for us to help all our veterans across the Navajo Nation. So again, this is the first of many discussions that we will be having in the future. So I thank you very much, Mrs. Zorlang, for taking your time out this afternoon in order for us to go ahead and move forward. And your recommendations too as well, and your thoughts more importantly. But thank you again for being there and working there for our veterans. Yeah. With that, colleagues, let's continue on down. On the agenda, we have item number C, report on facility usage agreement needed from Tribal Resolutions by Mr. Bart Stevens, Regional Director and Navajo region, for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Is there, Mr. Stevens, are you on?
I am.
Oh, great. Good to hear your voice, sir.
Yeah, but I only have about 3 minutes. I got to get on a very important meeting at 3 o'clock, so it's going to be quick.
Okay, hammer it out.
Okay.
Give you the floor.
Everybody was sent the facility use agreement, frequently asked questions. This is when the Navajo Nation wants to request use of any federal facility, and there's stringent processes to follow, and it's all explained in that document that we sent to everyone. This was an emergency about a month ago. It's no longer an emergency because we had to move quickly to get those alternate care sites set up at BIU schools using their dormitories. So my solicitors, along with central office solicitors, along with solicitors from IHS, worked out a different approach. So the request wasn't coming from the Navajo Nation like the first one did at Shiprock, which had to be totally redone to meet this requirement because there was no tribal resolution. So in essence, we designed a workaround with the attorneys to provide a license to IHS to occupy these buildings and take the lead, not the tribe. Like I said before, we wanted to get on the agenda because it was pretty urgent that you guys understood, you know, the process and what it required. And then we quickly realized that, you know, that route would take a long time to get meetings scheduled and resolutions passed and so forth that would delay the emergency need for those buildings for the COVID crisis. So the bottom line is we just still know the other
Okay, great. So it seems like the issue is if the nation didn't, or actually the issue has been addressed and everything is relatively okay right now as it stands. Right, Ms. Stevens?
Correct.
Okay.
And issues related to the COVID for medical purposes.
Is there something that you think we might be looking in advance right now? And we might have to address something similar to this?
For other dormitory use, we'll work them the same way through IHS, so we wouldn't need to go through the tribal resolution process. If there is something that's non-medical that IHS is not taking the lead on, then we'll come back to you all for a resolution to follow the regular process, but I don't see anything on the horizon.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Stevens. If that's taken care of, we're good. So.
Well, I thank you very much, Mr. Stephen, and working with your solicitors relating to bypass a lot of the red tape that is in place relating to the equipment or facility usage agreements. What I would like to task you on to do is to do the same thing for our right of ways on Navajo. See if you could get your solicitors to look at look at the picture, and how can we bypass a lot of these federal policies so that we can the same thing could happen relating to the to what just happened with the facility agreement. And again, thank you for you and your staff working on this initiative. And I know, yes, to get a tribal resolution and so forth is a hindrance. And But again, I'd just like to thank you and see if you could express the same thing over onto our right-of-ways and see if we can bypass a lot of the federal policies that are in place. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
Just real quick, that's exactly the call I have to get on right now, is because we're doing just that. And I want to say up front, though, we're not bypassing or waiving any regulations. We're still following the rules. We're just expediting, and we have a task force to address all the pending IHS water projects, the right-of-ways and grants of easement for those pending applications that we have in the NEPA office or in the right-of-way office with Realty. So we are, but we're not bypassing any regulations. We're actually taking advantage of different regulations that allow us to follow the current regulations to get these things through. So we've already got some going on as we speak.
Right, thank you again. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Stevens. And thank you for your time today. I know that you have to get on to another one. If we have any questions from my colleagues after this, I don't know, we as the Speaker's office will then reach out to your staff, if not to you directly.
That sounds good.
Okay. Well, have a good day. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, too.
With that, colleagues, that concludes our agenda today. Close the meeting. Announcements. Any announcements, colleagues?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, if there's none, motion to adjourn. Was that by Honorable Eugene So? Actually, there was no motion. So, adjournment, colleaguks. We'll go ahead and continue on with
motion. Motion to adjourn.
With
Winika.
Thank you, Mr. Winika. The second. We'll go ahead and continue on Tuesday, colleagues. I know that there's a state task force meeting tomorrow. Is that 9 a.m.? 9 a.m. We'll send that reminder out to everyone. I don't know, Madam Chair, Charles Newman, is there you're still on, or is there a gaming subcommittee meeting tomorrow?
There is a gaming subcommittee meeting at 1 o'clock tomorrow. You are correct, Speaker. And
okay.
I just scheduled a Law and Order Committee meeting for Monday. I understand that is a Navajo Nation holiday, but I know other committees did meet during the last Navajo Nation holiday. And because we are in COVID-19 mode, we do need to proceed forward. So we'll have a scheduled meeting on Monday.
All right, right. There's it there. That, colleagues, there's nothing else on Tuesday morning, 9 a.m. We will be going over in a work session, having presentations on agriculture. And then in the afternoon is going to be an update from Mr. Jason John on his changes and recommendations to the Navajo Nation water projects across the whole Navajo Nation, working together with NTUA and IHS. Mr. McDonald and Mr. Rex Scoots will be on the line too as well. So again, thank you everyone for being on the line. Have a good day. Have a good weekend. Stay safe out there. I do believe that there is a curfew, 57 hours, starting at 8 o'clock this evening. On Monday, I do not believe there is a curfew, though. That it is a Navajo Nation holiday. So, again, stay safe out there, everyone. And we shall see you again when we see you. Have a good day. Go on it.
Bye, Speaker.
All right.